Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. For I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Say, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, it's Cincinnati, baby, it's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last, fueling every end.
Hello, Chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK Budapest, the Champions League returns as we hope to put to bed the demons of last season and finally win one of the bastard things. In other news, Giamot did us the biggest favour in world football by knocking out Real Sociedad in the qualifying stages for the ECL, meaning that Spain will be down a team this year. We've got a 5-star potential youth player. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with MTK. We're dancing! We've got over the hump. Sort of. Scripted pause, yeah, that's what it was. It was a scripted pause. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Ah, look at me go. It's like now that I don't have to worry about the camera being frozen every time I start an intro, things they just feel that little bit better for you, boy. Ah. Keeping up with the Women's World Cup. I'm trying to. It's tough because of the times. I saw that Norway just absolutely twatted the Philippines 6-0. I watched the England game on Friday morning in bed, which was quite nice. The game less so, but I mean, they won, I suppose. That's the most important thing. Oh no, I do have the shirt occasionally. It's just that when I first got this, it didn't fit me. So I couldn't really wear it very often, but now obviously it does fit. So it's nice to just break it out occasionally, even when it's not on a Fulham day. More scripted than... Oh, God. Yeah, that last... I don't even know what to say with that. It was yet another 3-2 defeat in a final. I'm trying to think... It feels like at least half now of the finals involving other sides. I don't think we've ever lost one 3-2. Have featured a 3-2 defeat. I don't know what it is. Like, 3-2 is not a super common scoreline in football. 1-1 is the most common scoreline, and from there it kind of extrapolates out. It's just kind of mad how many of them we've actually had so far. Oh. That's the content. I assume he just turn off after that, Zenos. He's like, right, he's done his dancing. It's time to leave. Oh, God, it's too early for this. So, how are we, friends, on this fine Sunday morning? Actually, it is a really nice day today. Not that I'll see much of it, but it is a nice day. Scripted by Haiti and China. Yeah, I think they probably will beat China, but it's just like... The fact that China won with 10 women was impressive. I didn't see where the red card came from. So, all I know... When I switched it on, they were already down to 10 players. And was it like a nasty tackle? Because I saw on my score app that it was a VAR changed it from a yellow to a red, which suggests to me that it was like a dodgy tackle. Studs up, tackling the first... okay, yeah, that'll do it. I mean, yeah, that'll definitely do it. 2-1's the most common scoreline. No, as far as I'm aware, in terms of football, the most common scoreline is 1-1, statistically. From all the... Well, unless that's changed. I think that's what they said in Soccernomics back in the day. They drew against Pakshi. Big up then. Hell yes, MTK. I need to... It's funny, actually. My phone has not yet started notifying me about MTK scores. Usually every other save, I'd start getting notifications by now because of the amount of times I've Googled MTK when looking at badges and stuff. Hungarian European final. Oh, good question. Let's get on for this now because we've got shit to do today, friends. We've got to get it done. Ah, dear. Right, okay. So first things first, we're going to check on that, and then I'll catch you up on any transfers I've made, because there is a couple. One I'm quite pleased with, though, accidentally, almost. And I'll show you the groups of the other teams, and then we'll get smashing straight into it, because obviously we want to get through the 6 matches we need to get through before the F1 starts today. Why did my chat pause? There we go. FootMob. Yeah, I use FootMob, and I use OneFootball, because OneFootball has a really good news setup, and I really like that. So I kind of use a bit of both. And I use Flashscore for the hockey stuff. Right, so, other Hungarian finals here. Wald McConville, thank you very much for the 13 months. How's it going, Wald? How's the streaming going these days? Love to see you, my friend. And also, Sparky MUFC, thank you for the follow during the intro. So, we want... we'll do Conference League first. I think the best, because unfortunately, one thing I will say about the past winners, it'd be cool if they showed the score lines on this screen. It's kind of weird that they don't, honestly. Jiminy, thank you for the 5 months.
Wagwan Generals had a funny few months trying and getting used to all the new ADHD meds, but been catching up over on the YouTube. Partly because I'm able to focus on 4-hour videos now, I suppose.
Can I just say, Russell saying Wagwan Generals is one of my favourite things of the day already. Yeah, just I say you're probably right. I'm glad you're feeling better though. How's that actually going for you? I'm curious. I still haven't even gone back to the doctors about that yet, which sort of indicates that I need to. It's ironic, really, isn't it? I think I got a notification about the Hendo thingy, right? What football's... I generally speaking find out most of the breaking football news just because I get the notifications like directly into my phone. Not that I'm asking for them, I just get them. So I use them. I don't like to... I like to stay up a little bit on the football, but not that much if I'm honest. So, finals. So let's just see. How many 3-2s? There was 3-0 there. 4-1. Then we had 3-2 to Bretson. Then we had Halidash lost 4-1. Maybe it's not as common as we thought. 3-2 to Halidash, or lost to Halidash there. Then we had Kishvarda losing that one. 3-2 with Uipest. Then we had, I think that's the earliest one, right? I don't think they got to any before that. And then we also had the 3-2 defeat in the Europa League final last time around. So that's at least 4. Is it 4? It's either 4 or 5 times Hungarian sides have now lost European finals by 3-2, which is still an unusually large amount of times to see that one specific scoreline, right? Wagwan Epidemic. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. Newly built stadiums. I don't think so, not yet. Anyway, we haven't quite got to the point of playing in like the Gary Neville Stadium in Southampton. That's a hint to something that happens in the video that I just put out, which is just very, very strange. So it was terrible, not going to lie. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think it was just a case of getting the titration right, Jiminy, and stuff like that. But hopefully you're feeling better now. Sepsi, I don't think so. Actually, that's not true. I reckon they have been in Europe. Because they're a name I do recognise, although it might just be from my... There have been some other Hungarian transfers. Not as much as you would think, annoyingly. Christ, I wish you could see the competition page for clubs like this when they're not turned on, even though they are in Europe sometimes. Maybe they haven't been in Europe in this save. But they still have a full squad. It's hard to say. I feel like they might have been in a conference league once. But it's annoying that the game bans you from the competitions page when you don't have the league switched on a lot of the time. And now we can't really find out. Schedule. Oh, true. Yes, good shout. Very good shout. Hadn't considered that. There you go. So they were in the Conference League in 2033, lost in the third qualifying round to Rosenborg. Then in the Conference League, in 2031, lost to Everton. And then, there you go, Europa League phase as well. Didn't get out of it. Did manage to beat Karabag, though. Imagine losing to Rosenborg. I know, Thompson would never. And I think that's probably it. But still, no, there you go as well. They also lost to Brøndby there as well in the very first seasons. That's 3 attempts at Europe. It's not bad. New video's out, yes. Yeah, basically, Hadrian, once I trimmed it down, it was about 40 minutes, and then I just kind of got rid of some superfluous stuff and me accidentally repeating myself, because sometimes I will say the same thing at different points in the video, knowing that it might be more relevant at different points, and knowing that I can then cut the bit out the first time around if it doesn't suit the flow of the narrative. Jolso, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, my friend. But yeah, that video has been a long time in the making because of all the simulations that it took. I took like a week of simulations to set that up, then just trying to craft a narrative to make it work properly, and we ended up with that, and I'm hoping that it's going to be a fun, good video for people. But there we go. So that's the situation with that. Watford with 7. Damn. That's pretty low. So as for other Hungarian transfers, and I'll show you theirs first, and I'll show you ours, because we did make a couple, but you'll see them in here anyway, potentially. So in terms of what matters, where do we want to start, really? Okay, let's start down here, because there's a few. Most of the important ones, I'll show you our ones in a bit more depth in a minute. A lot of them were internal transfers, which was kind of interesting, and I like that that's a thing. Crazy Brit, thank you for the 32
months. We're up to
months.
Carlos Tevez' squad number. A year until we reach the world of Ross McCormack.
Oh, and when we do, think of all the free kicks that are going to get banged in. So we've got, a couple of internal ones here. This guy here, ironically, is that guy we signed from a Greek side right at the start of the save. He's now back in Hungary, this time with Uipest, which is nice. We then had this guy, Altin Aslani, joining Giamot from Juve for 4.5 million. There is some proper banging ones in here. This guy here. Pretty good signing. 23 years old, San Pedro. Good to see Kexmet doing some business. But I tell you what, there is some genuinely awesome ones in here. That's us again. Trifonov joining Giamot again. So Giamot have been really slapping the money down. They've got that Champions League money in the back pocket. So I think they're going to be really strong in the Conference League this year. I haven't had a chance to touch it, sadly, Stewie, which is a shame, because I would like to get back into that a little bit more. We've got Moaz. I think this is one of the good ones. Moaz Hassan. Yes, no, right. Anyone you see here from... right. Look at this guy. £4 million or £4.5 million from Boda. And this will please you, Hadrian. He's Egyptian. So Ferenc Varos going down the Egyptian route here, which is nice. Hey, Smithy. Hope you're well. They signed a baby host. They did, yes. They also got this guy, Jan Bjorn Arena Hovland, which is Debrettsen's signing. Look at the state of him for 6 million quid from Lillestrøm. They're really raiding Norway, and they're finding some lovely sort of 21 to 23-year-olds whose values are going to skyrocket at some point because they just look really good. There's also this guy, Jose Victor, for £5 million from Atletico Mineiro. Superb striker for Kishvada. They really have stepped it up this year. I mean, maybe his finishing isn't great, but really, really solid one. Scrabble score of a man looks good. There's also Bosniak's gone to Al Nassr for £6 million. Then, this one is super. Satoru Ibisawa. Now, yeah, Dinamo Zagreb, he's Japanese, I believe. £6 million. Look at him. 22-year-old Japanese striker from Dinamo Zagreb. Look at the state of him with his 17 finishing that Zhirmov picked up for £6 million. They have been absolutely killing it with some of their transfers. I think they could be probably one of the favourites to win the Conference League this year, especially given that Real Sociedad got knocked out in the qualifying stages. Slow as hell, but think he'll be like Papa Fei. Concentrate. Yeah, he's not going to be able to concentrate on anything. Jiminy, we maybe share some of the medication with him, perhaps. My initial thought when I saw Ibisawa was that he was Nigerian, but then I saw Satoru and I was like, that's definitely Japanese. Imagine if he was like, that'd be cool. But he actually came through Dinamo Zagreb, which is dope. There's a couple more that I can't like find directly because they're obviously quite there's a lot of really cheap ones that were quite good too. There's so many transfers that it's almost impossible to pick those ones out, basically. But yeah, Gym are doing fantastically well. So obviously you'll see we've made some transfers in there too. I did pick up a couple of guys in the off season for once. That's future transfers. We'll get into that in a second as well. But yeah, so you all saw these guys, and I think it started from here. So I did that same thing we did last time, where I just had a little look through various nations to see if I could find some young players that were in an abnormally high national team squad for their age, is essentially the way I've been using it. Most of them have worked out quite poorly. So Mohamed Koko here is Casapia, 600 grand. Bit of a waste, honestly. But he was Sudanese, and I thought it was cool that a Sudanese player had genned at Casapia. Worth a punt, I thought. Couldn't really see much about him, honestly. Bit of a regretful decision there, but it is what it is. He's gone out on loan. More for the loan farm, I suppose. Then, there was a guy that was rated really highly. This wasn't from that. This was just a scout report for Cruzando Vesta. Always like to look at them. He was rated as like 5.5 stars. You know what I call 5.5 stars? You know, the extra little star in the 5th one. Disappointing, but for £2 million, he's still quite good. I was just a little bit disappointed by maybe his potential not being quite where I thought it was. But, you know, they are subject to change. This is true. So he maybe will get back to where he was after a little while being here. Not entirely sure. But I do like him. He's a decent player. Yeah, so I sold Svida. I'll explain that in a second, actually, because we got way more money than I was expecting for Svida because we engaged in a little bit of espionage and industrial action. Most likely we just played teams off against each other. But luckily PSG had more money than sense. It wasn't them that bought him, but they're the reason that he went for so much. A little bit of tomfoolery. But while I was looking at Pavic, we got a report through for this guy, Dusan Stojnic, who was rated much lower than him. But I liked his attributes, so I decided to pick him up anyway, even though it was £7 million. And then he was 5-star potential. I promise you I did not get them mixed up. He was rated lower than the other guy, and then when they joined us, he was suddenly an absolute worldie. Now, I signed him purely because of his attributes, so I was kind of hoping that this was going to be... I was happy no matter what, and it turns out that he might actually have some potential as well. Particularly as he's got green consistency at the age of 18. So £7 million for him. 6-foot Serbian centre-back, 15 jumping reach, standard sort of temp pulse. Tackling's a little low. That's the one thing that maybe cuts it back a little, but solid mentals, solid physicals, good on both feet. Lovely. So happy to drop the 7 million in the end. I was a bit worried that I might have overdone it with that, but when he joined and I saw that, I mean, that could change obviously, but happy with him. Is there anyone else? You know about Zarate. He just joined us now, so he's a player we signed up last time. You already knew about him. He's decent though, which is nice to see. And you obviously knew about Abraham Ramirez. He was the Mexican dude that we signed up. So again, didn't quite have the 5 stars that we were hoping, but driven personality, 16 tackling. He's a really solid fullback. He hits the temp pulse, tackling, crossing, pace. He's reasonable for 18. Lack of jumping reach isn't great, but he is good on both feet, which is always a bit of niceness. So other players you wouldn't have seen so far. This was another of the sort of random pickups because he was an Ivorian with some under 21 caps. I liked him. 100k, thought it was worth a punt. Good for the loan farm, if nothing else, right? Ivory Coast players tend to be really good for that kind of stuff. We got Ruben Milan from Defensor Sporting for 2.2 million. Similar kind of story. Liked his tent poles. Brought him in. He's gone out on a Pecci. We're now at 158 loans as well, which I think is the highest we've ever been at, which is not bad. Hey, Gauchi. Complete Mondo pendant stress goes on the first of... So Zarate. So like Zarate. Wait, yeah? Zarate? Zarate? Let me know which one. Spell it phonetically for me, Inferno. Indulge me. And I think that was all of them, actually. Yeah, so there's a couple of extra players that I picked up as well on the future transfers. You already knew about him. You already knew about him. The two players you didn't know about is this guy, who, again, 17 years old, was in their squad. I thought, fuck it, why not? Particularly as the team didn't even have a badge. I was like, ooh, maybe it's something fun there. 16 tackling, kind of all right. Meant physical's dreadful, but for $5,000, you know, what can you do, right? He'll join us. And the other one, you'll already know about him, but we actually did get him. This is Pablo Leal. He was that ridiculous guy we found at Newell's Old Boys. I went back in for him and we managed to get him for £3.9 million. I think he's tasty, frankly. For £3.9 million, Argentinian central midfielder that can play deeper, I think he might be a real top quality talent. He won't join us until... Oh, these guys haven't joined us yet, so that's maybe why his value is so low. Weirdly, I find some of these players actually shoot up in value the moment they, like, stupidly shoot up in value. They'll end up being worth like £5 million out of nowhere, and I don't really know why, but we'll take that. The other guys, though, for example, our Ethiopian friend, and there was a couple of other guys I found, wouldn't talk to us yet, so we'll have to wait on those guys. So, you'll also note here, Hossein Hosseini to Haladash for £12 million. This is a future transfer. I did the usual thing where I tried to sell players that we already had and that were on loan. They bid £24 million for him. And I was like, lads, put down the weapon. That's ridiculous. So I halved it, and he's going to go for 12.5, which is still a lot, but any less than the board probably would have kicked the shit up. So I figured that we'll get 12 million for him from Haladash, and they'll get a really solid player that's been with them now for the last 4 years. So yeah, we get a lot of free money. Yeah, we've just finished that, Norden, so that's what I was just updating Chatto on. But yeah, so that's the situation with those. I don't think there's any other big sales other than obviously the one I need to talk about, which is, of course, Schwida. So he's gone to Porto for 40 million quid. Oh, actually, it's not entirely true. I got rid of a couple of others. So Ingram has gone to Newcastle for £3.9 million because we wanted to get rid this summer. He's gone. He's having a lovely time. You already saw us, I think, flip Mike Kaiser and Elliot Norris because that was the immediate flip. Hey, Ben. I also sold Majid Machiri to Milan for 11.5 million because he wasn't going to get any game time, basically. Yeah, Nakas went to Porto. The idea there was 50% of next sale fee. I figured that he was probably not going to go back out on loan again, and he wasn't amazing, so I figured if we get money now, 50% of next sale fee, because he was going to gain value when he joined Porto, so they'll probably buy the clause off of us for like 6-7 million quid. Give us a bit of extra cash later down the line. Didn't see like the worst idea in the world. But the big one was Schwida. £40 million, obviously he's worth shitloads now, to Porto. So originally, he was valued at like 25 million, but their original bid was 15. But both them and PSG wanted, so I just went, I'll accept that one, 5 million more. PSG came in. Eventually, PSG actually topped theirs out at 35 million, but Porto wanted him way more. So I managed to what I did essentially is I got them both to agree on 35 million, and then I was able to use that to leverage Porto to give me a little bit more money. Pound and quid, it's the same thing. It's just a slang term like calling $1 a buck. So yeah, £40 million for Yuri Schwida. That's pretty much how I financed all those transfers over the course of the summer. It's not a bad deal. Stars going. I think yeah, that often happens because it's your scout that's looking at him rather than your coaches. And you know, it's the same thing happened with Dylan Chambers when I sold him to United. The moment he joined them, he suddenly was 5-star potential again, which is just hilarious. Oh dear. So that's the situation. We're playing... I'll run you through our fixtures here, because it will take forever to go through the others. We are a little bit short time, but we'll get to what their fixtures are when we actually see them. But we're playing City away, and that's the toughest game. Spurs at home, Hoffenheim away, Lyon away. Dortmund at home is not easy, but it's at home. Benfica, Dinamo Zagreb, Villarreal.
All right, mate.
Should be easy. Hang on. Burgers? Hope I'm getting that right. Thank you so much for the 5 months. I hope you're well on this fine Sunday morning. French finished... Oh, they finished 10th. 10th in the end, but they did stay up, so they'll be in the Europa League this year. Don't know how they're going to function in the Europa League, particularly as season started okay for them. Hasn't started so well for Újpest. They're currently bottom of the league, pretty much. It's been a weird start to the year, but the usual suspects are kind of doing usual suspect things. One thing I will say is that Bang Sword is killing it already for Honved, so I'm excited. I reckon he could probably bang them 20 goals this season. He's one of the players that's going to hopefully do big things for them in Europe this year. So let's get into Manchester City. So we've actually got a choice today, Stewie. We've got some lemon Fanta in the fridge still, along with just some standard Coke. So yeah, Kishvada away at United, not easy. Debrecen hosting Hoffenheim, decent. And Haladash away at Red Bull Salzburg. So there's winnable games for all of them, but I think their draws are a little bit tougher this year, unfortunately. So we're going to have to rely on the... we did get a good youth tape player, yes. Originally he was 4 stars, and since then He's been upgraded. He was creeping up last stream, if you remember, because he went up to like 4.5, and then over the summer, he's now rated as 5 stars, which is really awesome. And I think that is actually a valid suggestion when you look at how good he actually currently is. Johnston!
Wagwan, 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 smile.
Smile. It's always important to smile on the end. Thank you, Johnston, though, for 11 months. I hope you're well. I think he's decent. The one thing about him is that low determination. But I think we could definitely get him into some of those. I mean, the fact that he's got 3 under 21 caps at the age of 15 is very exciting to me. Yeah, but he has... That's the thing. If he had low determination and nothing good on the personality, I'd be a bit annoyed. But that professional part, with his unflappable media handling style, suggests that we actually had a look at it. He looks like he's got real quality. So I'm excited for him. He probably will end up being the best player we ever produced in this save. Let's be clear. Like, although I do think that another guy who's gone under the radar a little bit is Ishvan Reba. Because he actually, attribute-wise, is a really solid player. Maybe never going to quite be the same level as Fayej, but I like him as a footballer. I'm glad we extended his contract to keep him in the loan farm. I think he's a solid footballer. Needs a different haircut, though. Just 1-2 FM. Thank you very much for the follow. So let's get to the game against City. I think I've already set the team up and everything. Yes, I have. Okay, cool. Because it's City away, we're obviously going to go with this system here. I've offered... Oh, we're frozen. My God. 'Tis a rare treat. I think I just knocked the camera cable with my drink bottle when I was putting it on the floor, which didn't help. That's really the only thing that can cause it to freeze these days, is messing with the long cable. Well, they've been around a little bit, but we tend to get like one every couple of streams now, which is like deal withable, right? It's just because when I put my drink bottle down, I think I clipped the camera cable with it. It's one of those things. So I've offered a new contract to Baumeister. The idea basically being that, not because I really want him past this season, but I want to have an extra year on his contract so we can sell him in the summer. Montiel's still decent, basically. Like, I feel like he can still do a job for us. It's either him... I think Pretzel also was... Oh, yeah, the other problem is that Pretzel's pissed at me because I didn't sell him to Real Madrid. So I'm worried that his performances might be affected slightly by his poor morale at the moment, which isn't helpful. Twinkle Toes with the 17 months.
Wag 1, Wag 2, Wag 3, Wag 4, Wag 5.
I love how he just says Wag 1 really differently to the rest of them. So, basically, Stuart, it's just because the wire... It's a little bit dodgy in the port, clearly. I know that the port has got some dodginess to it. New AM is looking decent. He's played a lot of league games so far. Where is he? Raposo. So far, he's played a couple of league games. They were tough. He's a decent player, and it's good to have him around, particularly with no Ingram anymore. So he will get game time, but I still feel like Duran and Nunez, in this system anyway, is the preferred setup. But rotating those two around is going to be no problem for us anyway. That'll do. Get yourself a lighthouse. Things will be more... It's true. Right, let's get into this. Oh, I have high hopes. Spain having 6 teams in Europe, but still having the dilution of 7, could be our saving grace this year. All those extra points that Real Sociedad would have absolutely got for them in the Conference League, and the fact that they're not going to get any of them this year, I think possibly might give us like a 2-point advantage straight off the bat. Now, we still have to capitalise on that, of course, but Gwendol Labby, what a name. So, hang on, chat. What is going on here? Yoshi is playing at centre-back. Yoshi is 5'3". Oh, you're right, it might be 5'5", actually. No, he's 5'3". 5'3" with 4 jumping reach. Ooh, score prediction for this. Well, I mean, if we can get some balls into where Yoshi is, we'll have a Real Sociedad. Giamot beat them. Giamot drew them in the last qualifying round for the ECL, and which was worrying me a little bit, because obviously if we'd lost the team there, it could have been bad, but they knocked them out. So not only did we get points off of Spain, they don't get any more either. And good. We're on full match, aren't we? And also, graphics cards decided to shit itself again. It's definitely something we can look at, yeah. If it's not going so well, we can definitely go with some high... Maybe get a taller... Then again, Blas is usually quite good in the air. Still no referee. We've not had a referee in a game for a long time now. What are they thinking? Putting a 5'3"... Like, I realise that obviously smaller centre-backs can work when they've got the good stuff on the floor, but 5'3" is taking the piss a little bit. Like, he is going to lose every aerial challenge available to him. I'm actually going to be very curious to see what happens when Blas is paired up against him. I've got an idea. Yoshi's on the left side, so if I offset Blas... Oh, I can't offset Blaz. Never mind. Get Blaz to mark him. I don't know if mark him would really work. What I was going to try and do, if we were playing the normal system, I would offset Blaz to the side that Yoshi's on. Right, actually, what I might do is swap those two over. So at the very least, Blaz is going to be on his side of the pitch. Blaz is 5'10 with 12 jumping reach. What about Nunes? I want to see who's actually taller. Oh, yeah, definitely Blaz. So we might change to that later, but at the moment, I'm pretty content with the system we're going to use. But it might be a thing for us to exploit later in the game if things are going poorly. We'll switch to the other system, move Blaz to the slightly offsetted position so that he basically challenges Yoshi. Even though he's not the tallest, he's still going to be taller than Yoshi. And we'll be able to win every aerial challenge, essentially. Wow, City have a lot of the ball. Debrett's already losing as well, which is great. Just what we needed. Low crosses on. Yeah, we probably should turn that off, actually. Let's just, float it. I don't know about floated, because you'll end up... Let's mix it up a little bit with the crosses. Problem is, with this system, it doesn't really rely on a lot of crosses, because it's mostly a counter-attacking style. So we're often in a position where we're just creating overloads and looking for low tap-ins. But we will see. If it's still 0-0 at half-time, I might consider switching the system. Just to try that out, because it's the type of game where I think we actually could get away with it. Mihail, ball over the top. Baumeister's in. Kenny's all the way through. Off the bar. Hey, look, it's FM. It's back again. We're hitting the crossbar again. Because this does feel like a game that we could potentially win if you do it right. Halalash winning. City, I think, are being managed by Thomas Tuchel. Hello, Pog. Yeah, 2-0 to Halalash. 2-0 to Hoffenheim, annoyingly. I don't know if Debrecen are going to be ready for this, unfortunately. I think that they're just not of the quality that we need in the Champions League this year. So I think they're going to end up doing a bit what Ferencváros were like last year. If they get even 4 or 5 points, I'll be happy with them, honestly. They're just kind of here to pick up the scraps. It's Kizvada and Haladash that I'm desperately relying on to both qualify. And I think Haladash might even be in for a top 8. They've got that kind of quality. Right, here's the pass again. Sims it through. Blaz makes the run. Goes Rusty's man. Blaz is through. And he's dinked the keeper as well. Ah, Kizvada losing as well. They are playing United, in fairness. Good start, though. Blaz gets himself a goal. That's what we needed. It's a lovely pass. That's kind of what this system is designed to do, though. Get into these positions. Find a pass for someone like Nunez. Just whip it through. Blaz gets the wrong side of the defender. This is a cheeky finish, though. Sits the keeper down and just dinks it over him. Oh, what a filthy man. 5th goal of the season for him. I'm hoping he can have a good... I want 40 out of him this year. He struggled in the first half of the season last year. Yeah, Boyer with the penalty. That's the guy that we were trying to sign. Soos. Ronaldo's reincarnate. Okay, we'll go for that again. This is an important one for us to win if we can, because this is probably the toughest game we'll have in the Champions League group. So if we get the early win, Poggy. Debrecen, that's one of their winnable games as well, which is frustrating. Yeah, he's got himself a mohawk. He has since he genned, I think. I don't think players' hairs can actually change, can they? Okay. Sogos is having one of his regular shitters in Europe. But that's fine. Teixeira is kind of number 1 now over Darla, which makes sense. We'll get Mario off for Big Manovic, who's... Big Manovic now has 20 finishing, by the way, which is just astonishing. I still think he still lacks a few other things to be a proper good striker for us, but having 20 finishing could certainly come in handy occasionally. Right, big header needed. Well done, Patrice. That's a really important header. And this is the thing. Montiel might still be a bit past it in many ways, but he's got the mentals in many... And he's having a better game so far. Big Manovic down the left-hand side, pulls it across, and that is exactly what we want with those low crosses. Kenny at the back post, 2-0. Come on. Ooh. God, I've got an itchy nose this morning. It's all those allergies yesterday from running through the woods. Okay. That was a lovely play. During with the lovely little setup. Big Manovic has that rapid speed as well. So I love that he went first time with that cross. That is a wonderful ball. Beautiful. Yeah. I think Montiel, he does just have astonishingly good mentals. And I think it really does carry him in games like this sometimes. He maybe isn't past it as much as I thought. I think he just needs to be slowly phased out slightly. Good block. Hey, Fear the Bid. We are excellent, my friend. How are you? Angry Villagers again. No, it was a bit weird, though. I did like an 11-mile trail run yesterday because I was like, I need to do a trail run of decent length to prepare for the half next week. And half of it ended up on trail. Then I kind of just got lost and I had no idea where I was. So I was just running down the road looking for anything that said public footpath so I could go run in the woods again. And eventually ended up where I came out on this main road. I was like, oh, I know where I am. And then I just got Pog to come pick me up at that point because I was done. 2-0 to Kizvada. Sorry, to Man United there as well. I probably should make more subs. Just to freshen the team up a little bit now. We'll put Pretzel in midfield just to cover that off, even though he's a... Give Blaz a little ref now. We'll get Tex-Mex on. In fact, we'll swap the central midfield players up. We'll get Raposa on. Sem, I think he's a little bit taller. But at this stage, we've dominated the game so much that it kind of doesn't matter about that anymore. It's good to have, though. I'm glad that we had that option in the back pocket, but City haven't been able to do anything, really. The Fortress has done its job perfectly today, where we've just been able to beat... Look at that from Patrice. Really good anticipation. Tex-Mex played for United, I believe, 4 times, wasn't it, in the end? It was something like that. Him and Dylan combined for, I think, 6 appearances. What a pass. Oh, Tex-Mex is in. Oh, imagine if Tex-Mex scores on his comeback. Oh, no. That would have been so cool if Texie had actually scored on the Champions League against City as well. It'd be better if he could score against United, but that was such a good chance for him. He's still got it. He still makes the runs. He can still do it, even at the very top level. Now, that's a great result for us. Really good performance, actually. Like, nobody really let the team down. That Romero with his 6.9. I'm telling you what, Sogos might have genuine competition on his hands here. Did Yoshi... they switched system and Yoshi moved to left back. Well, left wing back. Good stuff. So he wouldn't probably have been much of a threat in the second half anyway. Yeah, I think Abdul Nabi, the problem with Abdul Nabi is he was very heavily reliant on that pace and athleticism he had, and now at 36, he's just got nothing. He doesn't have that raw pace that he had before, and that was really getting him out of trouble. So 3-0 to Man United against Kishvarda. That's to be expected, particularly at Old Trafford. Frustrating, but it is what it is. Halash with a 2-0 win, though. So 2 wins out of 4 is not bad. Disappointed from Debrecen. Oh, they got one back. Bit late for that now, but... Dylan didn't get sold by United, as far as I know. He's still there, I think. I think they are trying to get rid, but I'm fairly certain he's still there. Yeah. Has played a grand total of 3 times in 3 years. So well worth the £76 million they've now paid us. Good for us there, though. That's a good start. What are they after now? It keeps saying 155 million. It's like, you're not getting him for that. You're not getting him at all. Right, here we go. Ferencváros Espanyol. And Honvéd versus HJK. I swear to God, if HJK beat Budapest Honvéd, I'm going to be so annoyed. Enter the low. God, he's sick of playing hockey. Okay, come on. We need this. Please, don't fuck this up. I feel like Honvéd should... They're probably better than Debrecen are. So I'm actually kind of glad they're in the Europa in a way, because I feel like it's going to give them a chance to get more chance of winning. I triggered Yao's contract extension. He's out at Vashas. He has only scored 1 in 7, but I wouldn't hold that against him, because Vashas have only scored 5 goals this season and only conceded 2. They're not the most entertaining of footballing teams right now. I'm hoping that that's just a blip and that'll even itself out and he will start scoring when they start scoring, he will hopefully start scoring. That's the way I'm looking at it. Because if he was playing for Jury, he'd have 4 or 5 goals by now. Are there not really many big teams? Let's have a look. Oh, that's the Champions League, mate. So, yeah, it's a bit... He's a bit like... Who are we missing? He does look a bit thin. Hey, Foxy. Oh, Europa League. Arsenal, probably a decent bet for it. Lazio will be solid. Marseille and Valencia are fine, but they regularly lose to our sides in the Champions League. Leicester? Yeah, I tell you what. That's actually quite a weak draw. I actually don't mind it in the game, Foxy, but I feel like in real life it's going to be shit. Well, Astana did knock out Lazio. Bear in mind, Lazio got knocked out by Astana last time. So, in the Conference League, admittedly. Igman, what we got? No one, apparently. They're losing players, damn. Get you around again. Okay, right, come on. Come on, Honvéd. 2-1 win. Ferencváros getting a away draw at Espanyol. Do you know what? At least they stopped the Spanish side from winning. So that's actually kind of good for us. It at least keeps us on parity with them. It would be lovely if they could have won there, but Honvéd doing the business. And most importantly, fuck HJK. Lovely scenes. Oh, that was... Oh, you're right, that was Napoli, wasn't it? Sorry, my bad. I just thought Italian team, blue logo. That's where my brain went there. That's fine. 4 points on the opening day is not a bad one. As for the Conference League... Bayer Leverkusen, West Ham, Lille and Sporting, and Roma. Roma will probably be pretty powerful. West Ham will be pretty decent as well. It's decent, but it's not like overwhelmingly powerful. Bear in mind, Giamot played in the Champions League last year and got through to the knockouts, and they've strengthened over the summer. So I'm actually pretty content with Giamot being one of the favourites for the Conference League this year, potentially. What does that do for coefficients? Because there's no Conference League this week. So 3.7 on the year. Obviously, it's going to take a while for this to readjust a little bit, but still, Spain are actually still above us on the year, and also they've got it back above us because of this. But I still feel like this year we should finish above Spain on the year, because they're going to have so many less points than us. The amount of points they'll leave on the table in the Conference League. Real Sociedad will almost certainly have won 5 to 6 games in the group stages, plus probably would have at least gone to like the semis for me. And all those points left on the table is a lot. How's Herlin Pedersen getting on? Who's he on loan at? Oh, that's right. He came back from Budapest and now he's gone to Spartacus. I'm hoping there's... Wow, that's a huge value. Hello, Oni. How's it going? Ooh. Wait, why is this report coming back around so soon? I'm starting to think that the reports priority list keeps glitching out, because I've noticed team reports coming through from the same team more regularly than they should do. And I wonder if there's something glitched with that, because it feels like when you try to move them around, which I've tried to do before, they just get mixed up all over the place. So that's weird. But, yeah. No one left it for Trent Vesta because we already took their 2 best players in the summer. Right. Okay. We want to get rid of this system for a start. Let's move back to this. This should be the only time in the group stage we have to play that shape, so that's fine. Used to. Oh, it could have been. That's a good point, actually, yeah. Unless the youth team will come through. But, that might be what it was, actually. It's weird that they were mixed up, though. I'll tell you what it might have been, actually. It might have been because we were only doing youth teams initially, and then I started adding in the first team squads after that, and that's probably why it's all messed up. Stick around roughly the same. Yeah, they should be. They're usually roughly around the same time. I feel like sometimes they move like 3 or 4 places, but that one came through in like July. The under 19s, but I think that's what it is. Let's do. Oh, speaking of, actually, this is like the very first round of the cup, so we can play whatever team we like, really. VODies, apologies the fact that the last VOD was up a little bit late. We for some reason, YouTube never went past 360p with it, and because it's not counted as an upload, it's an export, it wouldn't publish it. So I had to go in there and like re-upload it, essentially, but not really re-upload it. You see what I mean? Let's see. And oh my god, that passing and vision is great. Really good mentals, because it's 2 caps for the Czech Republic at 16. That's ridiculous. What's happened to Ososho in real life? I did see there was an HITC 7s video about them, which I didn't watch. Actually, have now. We got about 900. I think it's about 900 team reports. Something close to that, anyway. Yeah, we do kind of have to do all right in the cup, so we've got to make sure that we play a reasonably strong side. In fact, I'm going to put Jury through the middle and Big Manovic off the right, because Jury could absolutely kill it. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the volleys were aware of what happened with that. I did manage to get it up, I think, later that evening, but it just takes some time. They got kicked out of Ligue 2. Really? Damn. To the 5th tier. Jesus. What kind of irregularities are we talking? Yeah, we'll sim that, obviously. Not Sem. This isn't a rotation game. This is just to play whatever team we need. Plus, in the cup, I kind of want to give Sem a chance to... not Sem. Blaz a chance to score some Mondo goals. Like that, for example. Although Patrice is now hurt, which is worrying. Is that just like their standard thing? Like, you're being financially irregular. To the 5th tier with you. Finished. Jesus. That sucks. I mean, Sochaux are like notoriously... Not sorry, they have famously a very good youth intake, do they not? Generally speaking. Yeah, Repose with the 4 assists is really good. Almost lost. Yeah, nearly had... It was touch and go for a minute there, chat. Oh, okay, that's going to help out Blaz's scoring, though. Just the 12 goals this season so far. Oh, it's not ideal for Patrice, but... Oh, well, it just means that Praetzel can come in. Good start from Raposo, though. Really nice. Yeah, can't even get injured correctly.
Nobody asked for your help, Patrice!
It's true. Right. Okay. Pre-cop. Wait. Did that just happen? Did we already know about that, or did that just happen? That can't have just happened, could it? How did that not show up on the thing? But it's September. How are Spurs signing players in September? It's September 20th. How did they manage to sign a player from Ferencváros in September 20th? Surely their transfer window's shut. And how is he now at Spurs? Unless it was a few days longer. It's not open until the 20th of September, though, is it? The English transfer window shuts on like the 3rd or something. Hey, Aaron.
It's good you came
just
in
check
summer.
this.
In winter, it can get very depressing.
Oh, it was the 1st of September. Why didn't that show up on the thing? I mean, clearly it was arranged there. Bizarre. Because I sorted that by value, didn't I? Maybe we just missed him. But there you go. So yeah, another £40 million for Ferencváros, which they'll actually probably spend quite well. God, they're looking very good in terms of their finances right now. They just need to be better on the pitch. No, I didn't scroll down to hide the Shreda deal because everyone already knew about the and now there's just... Oh my god, another one! He's 19. Maybe those guys didn't come through as... Maybe those guys weren't from a Crvena Zvezda scout report then. Regardless. Oh, it might have been from the Serbia squad. That might be what it was. It might have been that they were from the Serbian youth teams and not from the national team reports. Fuck me. Okay, well, we'll take... There's even more players at Crvena Zvezda. We'll take those guys as well, please. Did I actually scout them? That must have been what it was. It must be that they had like under 21 caps and I just thought they were worth a look. Patrice is out for 5 to 3 weeks. They avoided relegation by literally a couple of points in the end. It was like, what, maybe... Yeah, 3 points in the end. Luckily, we didn't have to throw a game to them in the end, which would have been pretty poor if we'd had to do that. And I would have done it too, because there's no way that I would have wanted Ferencváros being in the second tier, playing in Europe, because they would have probably lost a lot of players, even though some of them had loans that would have been extended, or like were already in for another year. Yeah. Hello, Kitcha. How are you, my friend? Big win over them. Nice.
Here's
Okay.
a fun fact.
Wait, why is he?
Is
He in the first team squad? He's not. I feel like with his quality, he probably should be in the first team squad because he's clearly not going to get a loan at the moment. 2004 Ferry. Thank you for the follow. Radnitsky. Damn, they have a lot of play. Oh, it's their first team squad. That'd be why. I always get confused by that. I feel like there used to be a time when not just us, but the other Hungarian sides were all like, look at that result there. I suppose they are a second tier side, aren't they? Right. Okay. Those are already set. So Spurs are home next. You're going to keep them in check. Possibly. The thing is, with the view-onlys next time, I don't know how viable that's actually going to be, because having run my test, it does slow things down by a lot. And it's like, it could slow it down to the point where, I don't know, we might have to find some middle ground. I'm not sure what that is currently. Just like now. Oh, he got a goal. Nice. There we go. He can do it. Attribute only guy. Did he? Where is it? This guy here. Correct. That composure might be a bit sussy, but if he's not super expensive, then hey. I say hold. We got second quite comfortably in the end because of Spain. Actually, it wasn't that comfortable, was it? Oh, no, we didn't get second. You're right. No, we didn't. Sorry, we ended up losing it because of the Champions League final. It cost us, sadly. Baumeister's got a new 1-year extension. That means we can sell him next summer. But no, as for second on the year, we didn't get it. We are second overall, but we didn't quite get enough to second on the year, sadly. The loan farm. So, the loan farm is the thing we use to basically boost other Hungarian sides to make them better in Europe and thus complete the goals of the save. So, currently we have 158 players out on loan. Ignore the fact that it says minus 98. Once you go over 128, it starts counting backwards. So, the loan farm basically is what we use to give the other Hungarian sides decent players, hopefully, to allow them to perform better in Europe. And boy, golly, does it work. I think it's the most we've ever had, actually. 158. I want 160, damn it. Yeah, occasionally you do, Clay. We haven't done it too often. We did throw a cup. I say throw a cup final. We played a slightly less optimal strategy in terms of our tactics in a cup final last year. But the reason we did that, though, was not specifically because... the reason we did it is because the cup is now considered the best cup in the world, essentially. And it means that you get rep bumps for winning it. So we figured that if we can give some rep bumps to other Hungarian sides, it could be helpful for their European... Like, for signing players, basically. Bit of that. Boom. Ah, right. Okay. So one other guy that I was looking at. This guy here. Not sure entirely, but the 5-star potential does seem to be sticking. And more importantly, he has a low release clause, which is really quite key for me. Just get rid of that guy from the bottom and probably those guys too, honestly, for the moment. You guys can go round again while we deal with these two other Polish fellows. Right. Lots of fullbacks, yeah. I suspect that with someone like Mariusz Sporek, we probably can't sign him yet anyway because he's only 15. But there's probably something there. We doesn't even have an agent. Okay, we'll leave him for a minute. This is the guy that I'm more excited about. This is Tomasz Ovczarek. 2 caps for Poland at the age of 17. I know they don't know about the Papa Johns, which is crazy. Only seen through the season. Surely if you play basically every game early in the save, increase will only be marginal. Swimming more. Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I don't really understand. So, the slowdown will be prevalent no matter what you do. I.e., the simming is just a representation of the slowdown. So, if I sim for a season and it's 40% slower, if I play for a season, it will still be 40% slower because the processing still has to happen. So, it will just be 40% slower than how you normally are, essentially. Maybe not quite as much as that, but it will be a lot slower still. That's the problem. Having the view only does still make it a lot slower. Now, I don't know how much slower it is than playable. That's one test I haven't had a chance to do yet, but it will be slower. And it's a question of, is it worth the risk of having it slow down too much? Because, put it this way, if we were 40% slower doing a stream like today, we would not get through what we needed to get done, and we'd have less time to progress the save. And it's like, yeah, I think with this guy, £3.2 million, bang. Oh, he's actually, wow, okay, cool. I think the fact that he's 17 is certainly helping. Yeah, well, it's also a count of it's the biggest slowdowns occur during the transfer windows because they're now actually making transfers, so there's a lot more processing that needs to happen, which makes sense, obviously. Now, maybe FM24 will be more optimized. He said, tongue-in-cheek. Now, his release clause clearly is 3.2 million, but if they're willing to take less than that, which it would imply that they are, we'll take it. Hey, Willie, I'm good, man. How's it going? They were pretty slow, yeah. I timed it out. So one took... I think it was 18.5 minutes, and the other one was like 25 or something. Not quite as maybe as slow as that, but yeah. Funny club matches. This is a good point, yeah. Based, thank you very much for the 121, and thank you very much for the tier 1. That's really, really nice of you, my friend. Thank you so much. Oh, hang on. Najao Heho, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, we'll get him because he looks decent. The other guy, is this a Gonzalo report? No. Okay, I'll send Gonzalo to look at him because he's got the potential, clearly. Well, I say clearly. We'll wait and see. But I think that he probably won't talk to us yet anyway. Stronger than they think it is, isn't it? That can be just sometimes just bad. Not bad. Oh, not this shit again. No, you're not. Why would you be a squad player? Okay, I want to sign this guy, so I am going to give him that and then hope that we'll just knock it down when he joins us. But that is ridiculous. It's the first time I think I've had a player in a European league actually demand such stupid shit. Bro's already got caps as well, hasn't he? Shit. This might actually be quite a difficult one to get what we want in here. Particularly as I can only offer him a 2-year contract too. Is that even going to go for that? Oh my god. Are you mad? I mean, I quite like him as a footballer, but what the hell is that shit? You're 17. We were in the Champions League final and you're 17. And I can only offer him a 2. I'm going to do it because I actually want this player and we can just offer him a new contract. But fuck me, what a ridiculous negotiation that was. Like, he's 17. Does he actually think that he'd be able to play in the first team squad for us right now? Like, he's all right, but he's not that good. He's like a solid second-tier player in Hungary. Man needs to simmer down a little bit. They have no players. I might just leave that one, actually. Okay, Morfevar. When's the next Champions League game? It's not that far away, is it? It's Tottenham in 7 days. So, oh god, we'll have to rest against Halalash, which means I suspect that'll be our first defeat for a little while. There we go. Baumeister, Nunez, Yamin and Velazquez, Teixeira. Yes, cool. Yeah, it is so very strange when you do get random players like that. I wonder if that means that they've got like a personality trait that's just a little bit shit. I don't know, actually. I didn't see what his personality was. Yeah, I mean, what position was he? High ambition. I guess it must be the high ambition, true. So, we're paying about 3 million a week is our wage bill. And 1.1 million of that is the loan farm. So, there's 150 players in the loan farm. Sorry, it's not exactly that. But roughly 150 of those players, because you can see them because they're all on the future prospect or youngster contracts. So I can actually see the breakdown in the salary page. So I can see that we're paying about 1.1 million for 150 players for there. And the rest of the squad is obviously where the rest of the money goes to. DJ Beeman, thank you for the follow. Let me just accept that. Okay. That'll do. Dollar at centre-back could probably do a job there, honestly. As much as he's lost a yard or two of pace from where he was, he's now just at sort of standard centre-back level. He'll want a new role that's like above star player, where he has to play in like reserve team games as well. Oh, thank you, Bobby. Oh, yeah, of course, I forgot about that. See how that's getting on. Probably, I don't know. Solid start, honestly. That seems pretty solid. 9 out of 10. Oh well. Can't win them all. I think it was 9 out of 9 actually. Velasquez with 2 penalties. No, was that 2? It was 2 penalties. We'll take that. Ridiculously good XG in that game though, which is something. And Sem scoring off the bench again. He really does have that. Oh yeah, I thought it was alright. Bill, honestly, I thought it was alright. Enjoy Pizza Hut though. Ooh. What I will say, Bill, though, is I'm going to Flatiron in a couple of weeks, which I'm looking forward to, particularly as you've bigged it up so much. Second tier when you play for the... Maybe. That may be why you got some football straight off the bat. Let's have a look. No disrespect to Egg. That will never not be funny to me. I don't know. It didn't actually feel that much like that, Hibbos. It was just a bit wanky in places, honestly. So yes, they were in the Liga Professional do Futebol, which that's the top flight, isn't it? But he did gen in the Nacional, which I'm guessing is the second tier, right? Hey, Flute! Clickbait. When you say, what do you mean by clickbait? I mean, he is 5-star potential, if that's what you mean. I would never clickbait like that. But, yeah. They were actually a second tier side when he spawned for them anyway. And did actually play 27 games. He was part of the reason they got promoted. Yep. This is the guy. He's the guy that I showed in the video. It's just that now he's 5-star potential, which is just dope. Because he crept up a little bit during the last stream. And over the summer, they've clearly reevaluated him. And the fact that he's already getting caps for the Hungarian under-21 squad at the age of 15 is sort of an indicator as to the quality. I mean, he's a decent footballer. Certainly by what we've produced. I think he's definitely going to be better than Zoltan. Oh, right. Average at best. Yeah. Get him out of here. Rubbish. Useless. Oh, he beat City's under-21 side too. Yeah, I'm not sure quite what he is. Stat. I know. Would you believe it? He's shot up in every attribute. It's weird. Can't believe it. Dollar set for an extra year as well. Baumeister gets his extra year too. I put because the only thing I'm allowed to offer them was the 1-year contract, but I couldn't offer him a contract beyond the end of this season. So I put the 5 game clause thing. If he plays 5 games, he gets the extension anyway. So that now does give us a bit more security on Kenny. Wait, what? Oh, 1 away. Sorry, when he gets his next appearance, he'll get that, which is fine. I just want to be able to sell him next summer for a little bit more money. Between lectures on a Sunday? Damn, they're working you hard. No, Endrick, but that was designed to be clickbait. That was designed to annoy people that would care about stuff like that, and it had the desired effect. Would you believe? Right, cool. So Hallash rotate. Spurs at home. Should be good. Never progressed in the marquee signings. Just... I don't know what we're going to do with that next year. I want to see... I'm going to do some more tests on it, but there clearly was a direct slowdown from me having it on view only. But what I will say is... The thing I noticed a lot is just the sheer amount of transfers I was seeing from like smaller sides that weren't in Europe. Because obviously the league was now sort of active, semi-active. And it did make a difference. Ataliba? Okay, cool. Oh, well, looks like we're getting this dude. Right, I've got to make sure that when he joins in January that I immediately change his squad status. Because he is already too big for his britches. And they're big-ass britches already. Hey, Zhao. This is the first one. Nigeria will come along, but I just didn't want to do yet another of those videos that used England as a base. But trust me, the Dr. Congo one is going to be set up to be an absolute banger, which I'll be recording tomorrow, in fact. Because some of the tests I've done, mother of Christ. Belgium and France give them some ridiculous players. They don't really going up at a certain point, Wilksy. So with transfer values are a lot more dynamic this year, genuinely, in that when clubs bid for your players, their values tend to increase. The thing I don't like so much is the random drop that you get at the start of every transfer window. It's like they were wanted and now they're still wanted, but now they're worth half the value. It's a little bit annoying. Paris rated. Oh, I mean, for me, I would say Paris FC just because I love Paris FC and I did a series with them on YouTube a few years ago, and 1860 Munich is a bit of a meme right here. Think about B Sports, the Portuguese team. When you can read, please do. I'm not sure I understand the question, or was that a question? As in, yeah, I'm not sure I understand entirely. Anyway. But yeah, B Sports were an academy side, basically. I believe that's what the situation... Hadrian or no, it was Hadrian that actually alerted me to their presence. Players white coats and stethoscopes instead of football kits! We could have one of them wearing like a long white coat and a stethoscope. That would be quite funny, just to like differentiate it. Because I'm going to call them Dr. Congo in the video, and I'm going to explain it, because there's always going to be that one person that'll be like, well, actually, it stands for Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm just like, yes, bitch, I know. Belenich. Oh, it could be, actually. I hadn't thought about that. I smell a thumbnail cooking. Our club next year, probably Nashar Lions. Thought of how it looked when it... True. What's the situation with Mets? Right, so this is rotation, isn't it? Although I might start Tex-Mex. Okay. Wow, Canyada's in. Actually, no, I probably shouldn't start Fayez here. Like, I'm not a madman. I would like at least a little opportunity to. I'm going to start Tex-Mex in the middle. Yes, that's the club in Malta. Nashar Lions. Which is just a fun name for me, despite their badge looking a little bit Swindon-y. In the colour scheme more than anything else. Doctor in the region. Oh, mate. Does it pop up a lot? That would be sensational. But like, to give you an idea, when I did my tests with Dr. Congo, I only did like a 3-season test just to make sure everything worked and try to find the right balance of the database stuff. By the second season, Belgium and France combined, mostly Belgium actually, had generated 4 guys. I think it was either 3 or 4 guys that had 170 plus PA. Ridiculousness on a scandal. Oh, really? Then yeah, let us know. I'll obviously read to the comments later, but number 2 indeed. But I'd love to know about it now. Stream not personally responsible. Oh, maybe. It's something we'll have to look at and consider potentially. Yes. But I mean, obviously, I'm not like hard set on it potentially. Everyone being mistreated in the academy. Jesus. To the passports. Holy shit. That's terrible. Well, damn. Dr. Pop's, this one will probably start an FM YouTube channel. Doctor. I've never seen Doctor as a name before, which begs the next question, and naturally I know someone's going to ask this. Oh, we just got absolutely clapped. Why is it censored? I don't know. And unfortunately, there's just nothing we can do to uncensor it, because every time we say that it's... Every time that we allow it, Twitch just bans it again. It's very annoying. So we just got absolutely clapped. Utterly destroyed by Halalash. Oofy. Ah, frustrating. Oh, damn. Yeah, I think it's something like that, but it's just... But the problem is, if we can't use the name of the club in our own Twitch chat, then it's going to be a bit of a pain in the arse, isn't it? I just changed that name to NASCAR Lions. Yeah, that's the reason I wanted to... That's literally the reason I was going to choose the club, because I kept pronouncing it NASCAR Lions. I'll have a look at some other Maltese clubs. I'm sure one will appeal to me. Players reach their PA by the age of 21. If they're reaching their PA by the age of 21, they probably don't have very high PA, honestly. Cough Lolly! Thank you very much for the follow. Unless they've got really high CA when they spawn. But usually if they're reaching their max PA by 21, they probably don't have super high PA in the first place. Because usually the amount of attribute growth that would be required to reach their PA would take several years. And that's good. Pan American... Hang on, sorry, what? Okay, fine. It's none of the players that we care about too much, although it's going to be annoying when they lose Kovacevic Diaz, because he's done quite well. Dale Earnhardt Jr., surely. Ah. The Intimidate. I'll have to do every stream in, like, dark glasses. Pog will come into the room and I'll run her into the wall. Kishvada with another win. God damn. Okay, well, that's our first defeat for a while. But it was bound to happen eventually, particularly with that squad. I probably should have just played Adam Fayez now that I think about it. Skalitsa. Boom. Okay. Wow, we're actually doing quite well in the youth league for once. A weird turn up for the books. Little break there. Cool. 3 stars is not the same as 3 stars. Oh, you're telling me. Particularly, this has all changed ever since they made the current ability stars more dynamic, and that they often went with form a lot of the time, which I feel to me is just a bit... I'm still not sure how I feel about that. That's hilarious again. 22nd times the charm, eh, Nicholas? How old is he these days? He must be in his 50s by now, right? Me BM at. Thank you very much for the follow. Someone more equal, very much so, yeah. 55-year-old Nicholas Bentner, still struggling in his coaching courses, bless him. Boom. Because the moment they made it so that they could change without the player's attributes changing, it kind of made that... It sort of defeated the point of their existence in many ways. I want to see if there's any doctors about. Okay, chat, there's a few doctors about. We've got Nick Docker. We've also got Dr. Marimi. It feels like a very common name for South Africa. I say common. It's a name that looks to be more prevalent with South African players. Dr. Velawandel is a great name. Oh yeah, temp polls are super important. Massively. Good season in your eyes. I mean, a good season, honestly, is just not getting relegated. So far, though, I'm not particularly pleased with our transfer window, given that we barely made any transfers. We've signed Willian to a new contract, and we've got Calvin Bassey. That's it. That is it. Nothing else has happened at all. Dr. Ruben, maybe he's just like a team physio that he just made sure that he had his full name in the game. Oh, hip injury again. God damn it, Gabor. Oh, and Jimenez. Sorry, my apologies. Jimenez as well. Yes, I would not want to disrespect the great man. But, and I do like Jimenez as a player. I'm just concerned. Now, obviously, if our squad remains the same and it's just additions, then it's fine to an extent. But we have lacked a bit of depth in certain areas. Hello? That was a punt and a half. So, again, I was looking through the nations squads, and I saw this guy in the Kyrgyzstan national team. And let's be honest, he's not actually that good. But I thought he was worth a scout report just because of some of these things. And he's probably going to be shit. But is it worth a go? Possibly. On a free? Maybe. Also, this guy looks kind of interesting as well. Okay, I'd like more information, please. I might scout them a bit further. For the moment, anyway. And also, Kyrgyzstani. Like, that's just awesome. We will send... I'll just send these guys around again for the moment. And we'll have a look at old Kamalov here. Because he's free, right? So, why not? My son messed up... Hey, do you have a son in the game? That's dope. Yeah, I think for cool nationality. Is he really well? I mean, he's free. I mean, have we ever had a Kyrgyzstan player? Is Kyrgyzstani the demonym? Regardless, if he's free, watch him say, like, squad player or something. Oh, youngster. In that case, we're doing it. For free. What's the harm, right? Particularly as he can... Ooh, lovely. I'll be honest, the main reason I was more... Is it Kyrgyz? Ah, okay. The main reason I was more interested in this guy than the others is just because of the nationality. He's probably shit. Like, I looked at Uzbekistan. There was a couple of players that looked to be of a similar quality, but it's just not as interesting as Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, it's a pretty low chance. I've never had one. Relegation. This should be okay, actually. Yeah, cool. Just as well, because he's already got caps. Under arrested. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're not under arrested. That would be bad. Gibraltarian World Cup. It just makes everything better. Can I have a vowel, please? What's Carol in Kyrgyz? It just makes... A player is made so much better just by having a slightly more interesting nationality. On the mobile version. I guess that would make sense. Cruel. Right. Oh, I almost put that to the wrong person. Kettle. It just sounds like someone saying Carol in like a slightly Eastern European accent. Right. We host Spurs. Haladash hosts Real Betis. That's winnable. Debrecen away at FC Copenhagen. We always call those ones winnable, and I don't remember the last time one of our teams actually beat them. Kishvarda hosting Legia, though. This is a big day for us. There's a lot of potentially good results on the cards, if we get this right. Okay. Durin, Mihal, Nunez, Baumeister, Velasquez, Yamin, Pretzel, Montiel because of Patrice's injury, Teixeira, Sogos. Although I'm actually thinking I'm probably going to start Diego Romero for this one. He's done well off the bench, and I want to see if he can do it properly here. Is there any more changes I want to make? Raposo's done well. Maybe do Raposo instead? I think Raposo's earned a start as well. Van Damme not in a Champions League game, no. He's the second choice striker, and he will remain that. Well, the 10-year intake, sometimes 20, depending on age in game. Well, yeah, but you still have to... It's still an insanely low chance. Yeah, it's just... Timor-Leste, nice. I remember we had that Fijian... We didn't actually have him. There was a Fijian dude we were keeping an eye on. It's just... They're just interesting, right? It's one of the... I actually just... Sometimes I'm bored. Usually after I've recorded a recap video or on the day of, I would just go and look through national team squads just to see if there's any kind of interesting names or players with, like... Players who are younger than their national team squad would suggest, in the sense that you think, oh, okay, they must be all right to get into the squad at that point. Now, with somewhere like Kyrgyzstan, it's really hard to tell, but I don't know. He looks a little bit okay from what I could see on the national team scouting menu. He's probably dog shit, though. Pretzel... I say that. He could still be like the greatest player of his generation, but for us, he probably won't be noticeable. That Micronesian wonder kid, it's the dream. Where's my Northern Mariana Island player, I tell thee? Yeah, Spurs have got Suhi up front, but what I will say is... Well, should I say this? I'm going to say it. Suhi has never once put in a good performance against us since he left us to join Spurs, and he's played us several times. They've got Valenzuela, I think, is one of ours. That's not the same Hardy, is it? It's Gabriele Hardy. I think that's all of them, unless there's someone on the bench. Obviously, Prekop is the guy they got from Whatsmajiggies. Lennox Livingston is a great name, but he sounds more like a wrestler whose whole gimmick is that he was like a 19th century explorer. Yeah, he will definitely get a hat-trick now, which is why I was hesitant about saying it. What for the collection? Ooh. Oh, damn, it's moved up. Very solid quality there. Very good. I found a funny name in the video as well. I always, when I do these videos, always have to have a little look through. I don't think the guy I found was quite as good as Desire de Coq, but Yassine de Coq is a pretty solid name too, as they go. I couldn't let the whole video go by without putting that in there too. I'm a man of my word. But he was the only player with a sort of even vaguely interesting name that I was even able to find, which was a bit of a shame, honestly. I was expecting more. Right, let's just have a little checky check. Okay. See that player there? He's just there. I'm not leaving till I get it, damn it. Right, okay. Oh, River Davey is in there too. I forgot about him. Haka play. Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. Because then that Tahitian player we had, well, I say we had, that we found, would have actually been able to stay playing for Tahiti. Man already had caps, and then he threw it all away to become French, like a waste man. Hey, Basil. I hope you're well. In before Stanislav Suhi hat-trick. Here's my prediction. Coq de Fokker is very good. Oh, God. Oh, nice tackle from Romero. I'm curious to see how Romero does in this game. Sogos, even when we have good games in Europe, has sort of struggled lately, and I want to see if Romero can do any better, even if it's against Spurs here, but it's still going to be a good representation, I would say, as to what we can achieve in Europe. Particularly, I feel like now that we've got past City, we've got a really good chance of going 8 for 8 again in the Champions League, which would be really good for the points, since we are going to have to carry the weight of it a little bit this season. It's flicked on, Duran's offside, and he's missed it anyway. Have a player from every country in the squad, regardless of ability. That's dope. Because I reckon there's probably certain nationalities in the game that there probably isn't even any players in our database, despite the large database size that we've got set up, even from those nations, like places like Kiribati, or very small nations that don't, some of them don't even compete in like FIFA potentially, and that might be part of the reason. That's a poor touch. Pulls it across, and it's smashed home by Claudio Raposo. A Ruben. Now, you tend to find a Ruben players. I'm talking like real small. They have in the player pool, but it's whether they actually generate the players. Yeah, Vatican is just not considered part of the game as far as I know. Wallace and Fortuna Islands, that's dope. That's very cool. Now, we had a St. Kitts and Nevisian player at one point. Yeah, I'll run the Z-Gen thing after stream. Well, after the F1. Actually, oh, there you go. Haladash already lead. Zivkovic giving them the lead, and they are going great guns in Europe so far. It's Kijvara that we need to worry about. They have to win this game. Super important. Vanuatu, yeah, you very rarely see Vanuatuan players, if that's even the demonym. We've actually been a bit naff so far. We do lead, but it's a poor quality lead. It doesn't look anywhere near as convincing as I would have liked. Tuvalu, yep. I don't think I've ever seen a player from Tuvalu. Is Tuvalu even technically considered a separate country to the point where it would even be in the game as a nation? Sign a career. No, you can't sign grayed out players if they play for other teams. So grayed out players can only be signed up if they're in your squad, which is a shame because we tried that in the past. Baumeister, go on, slip it through. And it's Durin. And it's a good finish from Blas Durin. I think he's onside there. Yep, 2-0. Blas with another goal. 1-0, still 1-0. It doesn't matter. Well, it does kind of matter because if you're playing like shit, then you're unlikely to score a second goal. Although, admittedly, we have just scored a second goal. Like, I still want to see a good performance. We want to be playing well. 14th goal of the season. Admittedly, 7 of those were against that cup team. That wasn't even close to being offside. Oh, we're going to have some fun lookups after this. Watch the big no players. He's so... There's just no... He's not even close to being offside there. Man is just having a lovely time. Come on, give us a third goal before half-time, and that'll really kill things off. Oh, Raposo's on corners now. Okay. Good ball in. And it's in. I think... Oh, that's deflected off someone, isn't it? Is that going to count? No, that's offside. Lingfield... Get Nugent's from East Timor. That's kind of sick. Because you know how in certain... there's certain clubs in the game that are hard-coded to get regens from different countries. I think it's a team called FC Romania who play in Essex. But they actually get Romanian regens. And I don't know if you can actually set that up in the editor or not, unfortunately. It'd be cool if you could, but I don't think you can. Because imagine if you could hard-code it in the editor so that clubs had different regens nations. That'd be so sick. Imagine a Premier League where every team gets regens from a different nations. That'd be quite a fun video, actually. Sri Lanka. We actually see some quite decent Sri Lankan players sometimes. Yeah, also, that is kind of possible then, Hadrian. Okay, a video idea is a brewing. Solid from us there. Spurs have offered nothing, thankfully, but we have not been up to our normal standard. What I will say is at least Romero's been solid. Into one league. Maybe that starts to become a little bit more difficult, but what I will say is Bohats for Kisvada gives them the lead against Legia. So far, on the day, it's 3 wins and a draw in the Champions League for Hungary. And if Debrecen could get themselves a win against... Have we ever had a day in the Champions League where all 4 sides won? I don't think we have we? Just usually because the results and fixtures are so tough. Oh, well done, Kenny, again. This is why I've given Kenny that extension year. I think he's still got stuff to offer us. Maybe in the summer he'll leave, but right now, he's still got so much to offer. Won't really easily just mirror each town and stick in another country. Interesting. That'd be quite fun, actually. Particularly if we move them to... Oh, God. Thank Christ for that. Like, so we give them really, really bizarre nationed regens. I say bizarre, obscure. And see if how would that affect the national teams of those nations. If, say, United got to produce loads of Timor... As an example, Timor-Leste. The match settings. Yeah, yeah. You mean these, I assume, right? City UA. Yeah, I wouldn't do it with those ones. I'd do it with, like, slightly more out there nations. Because I know, that would be so sick, though, wouldn't it? That'd be quite a fun little video. Particularly if we did it with, like, the whole football league in some way. Although, really? Interesting. That could be quite a fun thing to do. I'm still looking at the next video. I want to probably do the one where we change the rules of football, where we've removed points entirely, which I've kind of already got some sims set up for, so that's probably going to be something to look at it. That'd be kind of sick, yeah. Yeah, so that's the match settings we currently use. Samaranese, yeah. Ooh. It's that game there. Right, okay, substitutions. How does that work? So basically, you're not actually removing points entirely, but you're removing the relevance of points. So what I mean by that is that if you set points to wins, losses, and draws to all have the same outcome, it means that the league will have to be decided on things other than points. So you then get to decide what the league is decided by changing the sorting rules. So I've got one where the league is decided by yellow cards, one where it's decided by goal difference, all these different factors, basically. I'm going to do a video about... It's going to be one video that's going to have loads of different stuff in it, basically. So, is he on the bench? Fuck it, let's give him a go. I might give him K-Griff a little run out too, just to keep the legs moving. Bartechko can come in here. Wait, we'll do that though. Swap those two over. Maybe Texi? I love that I'm just giving Tex-Mex games here. We'll have to see, Mr. Brogger, about Bassi. I have high hope. I have hopes that we can turn him around a little bit, but we will have to see. I'm still happy we got him, right? Oh, a late Debrecen goal would just be so delicious. That'd be so damn... Oh, go on, Blas. That's quite a good chance. That keeper has left a lot of space for Blas here. Oh, and he's taken advantage. By the way, I looked at Blas's attribute progression. He's got 7 points in his free kick taking since he joined the club. 7. He's still only 25. He has 16 free kicks now. And when you can take them like that, what a hit. 3-0 up. Blaz with another goal. That's absolutely insane. What a finish. The Spurs getting comfortably dispatched here now, which is lovely. Cherry with a good clearance. And Griffiths, just keep the pressure on him, Kevin. Don't let him get that crossing. If we could win him here. That's a great pass. It's a bit wide, though. He'll just square this for a tap in, won't he? Yeah. Nothing Gadgets can do about that. But with 5 minutes left, it'll be fine. Hopefully. And plus, I've weakened the squad. With those substitutions. Oh, no! Oh, as if. The 95th minute, Bro gets injured. No, Schwede was the only big sale. I did make another sale, but it hasn't occurred yet and won't until the end of the season. They've got Riverdavia, not Hardy. It's a different Hardy. They do have Suhi, though. Yeah, watch him get broken leg now in the 95th bloody minute. Right. Is that actually going to be 3 wins and a draw for us? Because I'd take that. Debrecen, like I said, are just sort of here to get the odd point here and there. They're just not quality. They're not of a high enough quality to make a difference. 0-0 for them. 1-0 for Gijvarda is a great result. They needed that point. And Haladash are top of the Champions League group. 3-0 against Real Betis. So that's points off of a Spanish side as well. Haladash are actually massive. Like, look at what they're doing. I'm so happy. I feel like they've got top 8 in them. Twisted knee. It's all right. That's going to be fine. Right. Before I... Actually, let's just look at the Thursday fixtures and then we'll come back and look at these lookups because I'm curious about some of these now. Ooh, what clause is this? Oh, it's the, I think it's the one for Canada, isn't it? Yeah. I can technically sell the Kenyatta clause to Gladbach, but I probably should just in case. It's 3 million. It's annoying because we paid 600k. Sorry, 800k. But the problem is he's worth so much that we'd end up paying probably more than that. Anyway, if at some point he was to leave. So it's probably worth just paying the 3 million at this point. That's the downside with us signing him the way we did. Porto beat Real. Hell yes. Even better for the coefficient. Spain are not helping themselves. They've got one less team in Europe, but still the dilution of 7, and they're losing matches as well. Yeah, Hala should better not win the league. That might get us... I probably won't get sacked, but it wouldn't be too great. Ferencváros hosting Midtjylland. That should be a home win. But you never know. And... Honvéd away at Anderlecht. That's a very tough game. I'm not so sure. Is that a second away game in a row? I'm not so sure about that one. And then we've got Giamot hosting Bayer Leverkusen. Of course they've got Bayer Leverkusen. Watch them have like all the top sides. This will be a good test though. See how they do against someone like Bayer Leverkusen because they're probably going to be a top 8 side. So if they get a result there, you start to think, yes. I think, in fact, these fixture days in the Conference League and Europa League are going to be a good indicator of where these teams are actually sat. Ferencváros with the win. Honvéd get a draw away at Anderlecht is really, really solid. And Giamot beat Bayer Leverkusen 3-0. Ayala, Edu Fuba, and Ebisoa, the new guy, with a late penalty. That's a really good match day as well. 2 more wins and a draw. Great start. That's their toughest game, surely. They're not... In theory, they shouldn't have any more of the really top-ranked sides if they're going to already have played Bayer Leverkusen. So, Honvéd are sitting on 4 points. Ferencváros are sat on 4 points. They're both looking tasty. Coefficients. We should be close to 5 points by now. 5.4. Damn. We're keeping track with England. Look at Spain. All the way down here now. In fact, we've leaped back above Spain already. This is a really, really good start. I think if we get... I want 6 teams through, comfortably. Debrecen I have no hope for, because Gijvarda must qualify. Haladash will do that by themselves without a problem. Oh, damn. Spain are really struggling. Premier League at this time? I don't know. We don't have the league switched on. But it'll be the usual suspects, basically. Without the league switched on, there'll be almost 0 variation. Yeah, no, I'm getting the lookups. I just had to deal with this. So those bookmarks bottom left. You just press... So you pick a page that you want to bookmark. So, for example, if I wanted to bookmark these, and then you do Control D, and it sets you a bookmark. Right, Kiribati. Yeah, their national team is all grayed out. And if their national team is grayed out, it means that they don't have any real players to actually put in the national team. So that means there is no Kiribati play. Actually, we better just look it up in the... how do you remove bookmarks? You just go into the bookmark tab, go manage bookmarks like that, and then you can remove them in here. They have a Tom Holland in there. Some cool names. Roscoe Ross for a start. Superb. Jake Chitty. Oh, imagine the headlines. He scores a top corner one. Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Done. Top players. They could have one or two. You're right. They've got one dude. Liam Orford at Tabitware North, who I'm assuming are a Kiribati team. There's a single... Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Very determined. I suppose you'd have to be the only player of your... God, he's like Lonesome George from the Galapagos Islands. What is... That's a great looking stadium. My damn. That's so cool. Sign Orford. Problem is... He's retiring. I literally can't sign him. Oh, that's fun. I'm literally not even allowed to sign the poor man. Right, Tuvalu. What we got, Tuvalu? Ah! Players exist! Tuvalu's best player is this... I say best player. Top player is George Okelani of these chappies here. Nice badge they got going there. Lonely Bill No Mates. So there's George Okelani. Do the arrow down ratchet then search their name? How do you mean? Arrow down ratchet. Which one's that? Arrow? I'm not sure I understand. There's actually a pair of Okelanis here. Are they brothers by any chance? Nah. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna send someone to scout George. I want to see just how bad he's gonna be. Gonzalo, honestly, could do with a little holiday, frankly. So just sending him to Tuvalu for a little bit, have some nice vibes. Tuvalu have got a lot of players in this database compared to Kiribati, for example. Micronesia, they've got guys too. They've got Chloe. There's a dude called Chloe. It's just cool to know that that exists. Also, Jasty Barnabas. A couple of Jasties, actually. Penny as well. They've got Rocky, Chloe, Penny. Okay. So their best player is actually Jasty Phillip. Good old Jasty Phillips. Was there a Paul? You've got a... Yeah, literally. He's got that filed right next to his penis enlargement pills. Jasty as a first name is a fun one. It's not a name I've really seen in any other nation. So I wonder if it's just because there's a real player in the database from Micronesia called Jasty, and therefore it's in the... there's also a Casey. Maximian. Paul. So many Pauls. Mike Paul, Paul, Tristan Paul. I'm surprised there's not a Jake Paul in there. Tasty Jasty. Oh, that's fun. Nepal. Speaking of Paul, we've got Nepal next. Nepal will be different, though. Nepal will have loads of people because Nepal's got like a bit more of a database behind it. Their best player, though, is currently Arik Lama. So, you know. Yes, you get yourself a top-level domain. God, I remember that was a whole pick. He plays for Ranipokari Corner. Imagine if there was a Dalai. But just Roman Bista. Bista. Couple of Gales. He's still doing mad. He's still doing excellent stuff in the second tier for Zalagaseg. He's just not quite good in terms of being actually good. Ranui Rocher. Wait, I've spelled that wrong. Rocket. I don't know who that is, but I'll have to refund your points because they're not in the database. Lama Ding Dong. Have anyone in? Oh no, absolutely. Well, they'll have like they'll have under 23 squads. I do always look into them. And I would have actually probably gone through these when I was looking, say when I found the Kyrgyz guy. But what I really do, and I'm not like paying too much attention, I'm just kind of looking for any numbers that stick out here. And I presume the reason that I was zeroing in on the Kyrgyz guy is because I have a lot of physical stuff in here. So I would have noticed things like his, does that have jumping? Yeah, so his jumping reach and his things like that were actually quite prevalent really early. That's probably why he stood out to me at all, because we have so little scouting knowledge of those nations. Tahitian, Jesus. It's probably better than the other guy. That is a name that I wouldn't even attempt to try and say. I just can't be done. Hey, there we go. We're getting Kamalov. And on second thought, let's not go to Kamalov. It is a silly place. We've added one to the collection. Besides, he'll be definitely the most valuable Kyrgyz player in the world, because his value for us is still going to be like a few thousand quid just because he plays for MTK. Spartacus are actually kind of killing it. They're promoted and they've already got 11 points. That's nearly as many as Zhuri got in the whole of last season. Just, I don't want them getting into Europe. That could be dreadful. Oh, Miquelon, just because their flag is a fun one. I probably should type in more of that. There they are. One dude in their national team. And one dude in the... Look at this flag. This is wild. They're like, what are we? Are we Basque? Are we... What are we? So yeah, their one player is Pierre Copolani. Available on a free trial. Who is he wanted by? Who is... No offense, Pierre. Who are you wanted by? Stade Lamentinois. Are they actually... Wait, are these... That looks like Guadeloupe, doesn't it? Man's wanted by a Guadeloupean team. Just really wants to... Well, sorry, Pierre, but have you considered being an emergency backup? That actually what makes me... For the Lone Farm. Guadeloupean legend. Wait, there's a Guadeloupean legend? Do you mean like Killian Lucas? I think he's just a player that was at the club, right? Man's just a bit of a journeyman. That's the new Hoyd when it inevitably doesn't work out with the new guy, who I've already forgotten who the new guy is. Was that Portuguese dude that we picked up? Striker with the golden boot. So 52 goal. Holy shit. 73rd in the world. 93. 93 is insane. Like, I still don't think we've actually beaten our personal record, which I believe was 58, which we had 3 different players, I think, hit during the Tromsø save. Still no one's even come close to it. We do have a lot of Uruguayan players. It does feel like that, yes. MFX, thank you so much for the Prime. I hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Thank you so much. I appreciate that tremendously. When's the next... Oh, Hoffenheim's not for 18 days. Okay, so we'll go... We're not full strength, but we won't go full strength at all. We'll get Semin. And, yeah, that'll probably be fine. Give Semin a little chance against Keck Schmidt. Whew. Yeah, it's kind of like when I did B67 and I had to turn on Canada and the US in order to sign players because none of the players from Denmark wanted to play for a Danish team because we were so far away geographically and the game has that coded in. So I had to turn on Canada especially. I think Diego will always be the King Reposo in my mind, but Claudio started pretty well. Like, he's looked impressive. Also, that's surprising. So now everybody's now lost a game. Even us. Did we have Irish players? I think I did, didn't I? Right, so now we got the international break, so I will just whack in a friendly against the under-19s. I prefer to do the friendlies against the under-19s, obviously, because they exist. What? Hang on, what? What happened there? Right, okay. There. Why would it let me confirm it? What the hell is going on here? Oh, they have a game that day. Ah! So why is it letting me set... There we go. It was weird that it was even letting me put a friendly in there. I suppose it's because it's not technically on the same day, but the game considers it to be like a rest day for them, I suppose. Pushkas. Aha! Yeah, so he's still playing, just. Wait, he's a... When did that happen? Okay, so now he plays for Club Brugge, apparently. He's finally left Hungary. That must have been in this summer. Only got 69 caps for Hungary. I'm surprised because he's very good mentally. I think his technicals, I mean, they're actually not bad. Coaching attributes, I don't... Not yet, no. And obviously because he doesn't play in here. Mentals are very good. So yeah, he was at Debrecen on loan for so many years. Then he went on a free for Ferencváros and did well for them, to be fair. And, oh, it was last season. Oh, he was loaned with an option, I'm thinking. Oh, no. Loaned for a season, then joined him on a free. Damn, man just fell down the pecking order. Seems to be doing okay there, considering. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite us. Yeah, I think if we can bring him home maybe at the end of his contract. Actually, I'll tell you what I could do. Would be to shortlist him. That way we are alerted when his contract finishes. Because it's most likely going to be a one-year deal. Yeah, it is. Okay. We'll just whap him on the shortlist. That way in January I'll get the notification about him. I can just offer him a contract. Bring him home. Get him on the coaching staff. Maybe. It's worth a go. I'm going to try and do the same thing with Tex-Mex. Well, not the same thing because obviously he's already here. Zabine? Must have missed the scout report on there on the 19th. Best player through our academy. He didn't come through our academy, so no. Ooh. The best player for our academy, for me, it's got to either be Zoltan, Reba, or potentially the new guy. Like, in terms of star ratings, I think he's the best, but it depends on what his actual career pans out like. Zoltan is probably the best. Oh, and Akos as well. Honestly, yeah. But Fayez, we just don't know if he's actually going to be that good in terms of what he achieves in his career. We'll find out, but, well, actually, I don't know.
Unlucky for some,
his early 20s.
but not Matto.
Hey, Norden, thank you very much for the 13 months. I nearly read that as a Twitch Babby for a second. But thank you very much. It's very, very nice of you. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to, because what we said that we were going to do is try to find out, like, the proper information of the players once we're done with the save, to see if, like, how accurate we were with our assumptions of how good the players were. Wow. I realize it's Celta Vigo, but... Oh, it's Israeli. Suddenly I'm more interested. In Israeli... You want to be careful. Man's just in Mossad. On the side. Let's see. Boom. Okay. I did that, didn't I? Right, okay. But yeah, if we were to have view-only leagues on, it's stuff like this is where the slowdown would really start to happen, and that's slightly the problem. I'm so like interested in keeping an eye on our boy Yao. How many goals has he got now? 3. But then Vashas are not scoring a lot, so that's possibly not entirely his thought. In Wales, and he is known for having fought off and invaded Saxons. Well, there you go. We've learned some history today, chat, or rather not. We've learned some legend today, chat. Oh, have a look at this Hawkinson dude. Fullback with no tackling ability. Not entirely keen on that. Team report scout. You just go to a team, get a team report. It's obviously a lot. The way I set it up originally is I go through national team squads, because if you do it from the under-20 squads, you can see which teams have had youth intakes. But more importantly, this is as far as I know, this is the only screen where you can show multiple teams that lets you actually access the team reports of the under-18 squads. So that's how I did it. I have a video that explains the whole thing. Interesting stories from my youth. Oh, loads. Which is why I've told most of them on stream before. Why does this keep defaulting to cards? Oh, I think it's because there's one player in it. Second is a goalkeeper. Yeah, well, indeed. You only need one keeper, right? $123 low. Oh, okay. It's not too bad. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, right. Daniel Vestergren. That's more like it. I'm hoping Sweden do actually start to really gen some quality players, because this save has really been not for the Sweden. Oh, it was... The pizza was delicious, Avon. Movie was okay. Pizza was very, very fucking good. Best part of it for me, mate. Oh, I thought his name was Tinga Andy. That would have been even better. Although, Pog and I are going on a double date. Not next week, but the week after. And we're going to go to the steakhouse in Cambridge. So that makes me happy, particularly as I get to see Patrick. What pizza do I have? Just margarita cheesy bites. Oh. Let's see this one day. Oh, we can't. Oh, there he is. E. Very disappointed. Missing my wedding friend. I know. I'm excited. It's not an F. I mean, he is dreadful, but not as dreadful as he could have been. Let's all be clear about that. Fella, you're going on the dev list. If someone takes him, then great. There's potential. He could be a leading third-tier player. And still be the greatest player from St. Pierre and Miquelon in their entire history. Yeah, once the new window comes... I've got him on the dev list now, so that means that when it does come back around, we'll know. He's a team player. He'd have to be, really. He's not got much else going for him. Like a free-for-all. Yeah, in a way. Oh, I'm excited. Pog was like, you can sit next to each other if you want. And I was like, well, yes, obviously. I figured that goes without saying. For a second, I thought that was another Kyrgyz player. That would have been dope. He wouldn't have been as good as our guy. Rated 1 season. That's... I don't know if we've ever... I'm trying to think if we've even had a single player poached in this save. I guess it's because we became quite big quite quickly and it kind of never got to that point. But it used to be a constant issue in the other leagues. Am I spongeable? I suppose so. I do have quite spongy tendencies. I am going to be a lucky man as well next Saturday because I'm going to be able to get lunch from KFC at Fleet Services, and I am ready. It's going to be great. Friend is in October because it's an international break. And I feel like it's better to just have a friendly in there because it keeps match fitness up while the players that are still at the club, admittedly, 123 of them are on international duty, but the rest of them, the 3 guys that are still there, will play in the friendly, basically. KFC is trash. How dare you utter these horrible words. KFC at Fleet Services is just a tradition for me. I will be enjoying the shit out of it. Oh, believe me, this is even further away from me, Raoul. This is like 2 hours from me. I'm not going there specifically just to go to Fleet Services. Although, you know, I've been tempted in the past. Oh. Doesn't Central Cup... Yeah, that... When did that... I swear that happened to us one time. Hey, really fun. I'm doing good, man. How are you going? Surely that's a scout. I suppose, but like, if he's got nothing else... Could you remember his name? I found that, honestly, I thought it was fine. Like, I thought my favourite part was the middle section, the second act, if you like. I feel like the last it was just a bit, I don't know, wanky, I guess. It was fine. I didn't have a great time, honestly. Yeah, like, I'm not going to be rushing to see it again, let's put it that way. I'm glad I've seen it, but, yeah. Right, Jules Gordon, dude. Oh, is it Jules Gordon or Hammerby? No, it was Jules Gordon, wasn't it? This dude... Oh, yeah. You meant Morgan Lundstrom, right? He's worth a look, if nothing else, right? Oh, don't worry. What I forgot to mention is as part of this double date, I am going to the steakhouse, but then we're going to watch Barbie. So, you know. Yeah, this is the thing. It's a film that will probably win lots of awards. It's very well made. It's very well produced. The soundtrack is awesome. Sorry, the score is awesome. I thought Robert Downey Jr. was superb, especially. I know that obviously talks about the other actors in there, but I thought Downey Jr. was extremely good. And yeah. I didn't come out there going, wow, I must watch that again. I came out going, oh, okay. Like,
Happy 2 years, Matto Sick
it's found his Ken. Smithy, thank you very much for the 24 months. But it was long. Oh, it was very long. And a lot of it I didn't feel... I feel like sometimes it kind of circled back on itself a little bit too much, and it didn't need to. But, hey, it is what it is. It's super... I know, exactly. I might wear... I have to find a pink shirt to wear, chat. There's no checked for you. Yeah, do you remember that time we had a player poached at... I think it must have been at Treaty United, when Chelsea poached one of our players, because we used to get clubs... Our players were constantly poached by large English sides. And then it took like 5 years for him to even come through at Chelsea and he came through at like 15 at Chelsea, which was just weird. Just as Barbies and Games. I don't think I've got the body type for that, Papa. Stick on the Barbie. Do a hog. I could never get away with that. I do not have the confidence to pull off that kind of bleached look. So basically the way it works in game is that I guess he must have been 10. Basically, it tells you that the player was 15 when they were poached, but it's because the game doesn't have any... It won't let you go lower than that. So technically, yes, they were like 10 or 11 years old when they were poached, and it just holds on to the player until it's time to release them, essentially. Sexy, but oh, thank you. I'll take it. Got away with it. Well, if his qualifying's anything to go by, no, you're right. He definitely didn't, did he? So, I guess the question, chat, is which lap will Max be in front by? I'm going to lap 4, depending on how he gets off the line. Poking goes, Ken? Maybe. Ooh. Lap 1. What? It just does them all down the main straight. I got so excited yesterday when Piastri jumped him in the pits, and then I thought to myself, what am I doing? I know this is not going to happen. It does say something about the sport when the most exciting thing is something nearly happening. Ah, dear. Have we got any more information on this dude yet? I'm sorry, are you mad? Okay, this, if you ever wanted an example of why stars cannot be trusted, that. There is no way under the sun that he is that. Drissa Issa quite good. Yeah, Svalbard would just be northern Norway. Lone Farmer Supreme. I mean, he's 21 actually. Yeah, you're right. Free, exactly right. Well, presumably we're signing him, right? He's got Marley caps. Who do you think you are, Drisser? I don't know if I like you so much anymore. Your contract expires in literally... Oh, my lord. All right. I think with him, it's a case of whap him on the shortlist. I think he's already on the shortlist, actually. Oh, no, he's not. We'll ask his agent. We'll sign him. We'll get him. Just, that's... How is he rated as a D? Was this Gonzalo? And maybe it's because it was scouty neck, but like, come on. These... Yeah, the safety come out. I just like, I just want something to happen in the sport. That's all. This was the poacher guy, £1.1 million. It's that. I'm just not sure he's even for 1.1 million. I don't think he's quite good enough for the loan farm. Ronnie is quite expensive. And honestly, he's actually not that good in terms of what matters for his role. Yeah, the wet tires were terrible, weren't they? Demon Tater Tot TV, thank you very much for the follow. He can't win every race. Okay, I mean, obviously he hasn't technically won every race. They can't win every race. I mean, their reliability is actually obscene. At some point, surely there's going to be an issue. But then watch it be that the one time Max does have like an actual reliability issue. Perez is in second or something. And it's just like... Oh, dear. Backmark could just crash into him. I know. Bring back Nikita Mazepin specifically for this. Perez is a reliability issue. I suppose it does help when he's got a giant hole in the side pod. Good job. I know. Great job, guys. I really enjoyed that last segment. Like, Christ. Right. You, 2.7 mil. Oh, that heading is just awful. I don't know if I want to pay 2.7 million for that heading. Dalahaug? He's one of those players that I look at and just kind of go... Past Maladon. That'd scare everybody. God, these Vegeta guys. I think perhaps the reason I maybe didn't get a team report, well, not team report, but like maybe I should just moved it up at the time. I just figured that surely there can't be more guys in there, but apparently there are. I guess it's because these guys don't have youth caps. This is the reason I didn't see them. But like, lordy lord. Driven personality. Yeah, and Jegosh. I've never seen that as a first name before either. Maybe he's got a second nationality? Nope. He was born in India, to be fair. So that would explain it. He has got Indian second nationality. Yeah, maybe Gonzalo, actually, for these guys. Because I do like them, but maybe a once-over from Big Gonzi could maybe get their star ratings a little bit more. He's born in the Indy 500. Born in the Brickyard. I think I only did one of them there, didn't I? That was not what I meant to click, but oh well. You're already being scouted from the previous report. Nice. F1 Manager, nah, not yet. I didn't play the last one either, because I just didn't... To me, it didn't look like they actually had a lot about it. It looked like it lacked depth and was all gloss. Maybe they've changed a lot for the new one. I don't know. I have to see what people say when it's been out for a little while, but I'm probably not going to get it, honestly. However, I'm probably more excited maybe about getting Baldur's Gate 3. That's probably my next game investment, is most likely to be Baldur's Gate 3. Because I've heard very, 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 very good things. I know it's obviously still available in early access at the moment. I'm going to wait till it's fully released. Because, I mean, the Divinity Original Sin 2 was superb. And it's the same studio, so I've seen a lot of good things about it. So I'm pretty... F1 Manager 23, like I just said, probably not, no. The last one looked to me like it had no substance to it. It was just like... Speaking of goddamn substance, chat. 'Tis a blessed day. Only took 22 years. Blaz Durin named Ballon d'Or winner.
It's good.
At the age of 25, he's won a Ballon d'Or. 35 goals in 36 appearances. That's not even his best season, which is ironic. It's the worst season he's ever had for us. I guess it must be based on reputation. City Skylines 2 as well, something I'd be interested in as well, yeah. Desk United? Deke United? Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I think his reputation has just obviously hit the benchmark. That's massive, though. I wonder if he'll get a rep bump for that, too, just for winning it. I wonder if his value will... Nope. I mean, I see why he won it. He's insane. Still only 25. He's Already got 15 goals this season as well. I reckon this is the year he gets 50. So Boyer is at Man United, but he technically did most of that while playing for Monaco. So I think that's the reason. God, we could have got him on a free, but I wasn't going to pay 130 million for him. Just wasn't worth it. And Arta Eti... Oh, my days. Look at that. FIFA under 21 men's best player. The top 3 are all for Hungarian sides, and none of them are us. Etienne, Molina, and Joaquin Silva all get in there. That's pretty poggy, considering last year it was none of them. So to have 3 players from Hungarian sides in there. It's good to see that Arta Etienne... Bloody hell. I love that he's 3 stars as well. Like, what? Yes, that is correct. Thank you for noticing. So, no golden glove for... Boateng was 3rd on it. Yeah, they're all loanees. Davy Gerloffs. I like that as a surname. Now, we've got some bloody good corner takers. So, like... Durin does actually have good corners, though. That is one thing it is worth noting. Both his corners and his free kicks have gone up, like, massively since he joined us. Like, he's got 16 corners and 15 free kicks. Which is just awesome. I'd actually be kind of disappointed if he doesn't get to 50 goals this season, given that what he's got in the cup. Probably not, Scott, no. Not unless there's any direct reason to. We have players that are decent, and he's... As with any of these guys, once they're in the loan farm, if they're happy to stay out on loan, even if they become a world-class player, I'm more than happy for them to stay out on loan, because I know I can find others. And the benefit for them being out on loan is going to be far more than what they would do for us. Yeah, I mean... Oh, actually, it's not... 35 quid still. I don't know if I'd want to buy that, honestly. Although it's San Marino, which is pretty sick. I haven't bought a football shirt in ages, actually. I think it's just because I have no idea what size I'd be now. Right, can we finally get to this next game? There we go. So rotate for this one. Player presentation. I feel like you could... yeah, I'd like a few little cutscene-y stuff, even if it's a bit... Because I feel like it would be really shit, and that would be hilarious for us all, right? Kishvada and Holodash. Yeah, they're just starting... The big 4, really, are those... I mean, Giamot... It's hard to know where they stand. On training, I don't... Personally, I've never noticed it has done. Maybe it does, but... In theory, it should also improve their leadership. Although they can fail them, can't they? So maybe it's not always the best thing to do, but I've never seen any downsides to it, personally. Hidagusens? Nice. Where the goose is just hidden. I thought it said Hello Martins then. Good. Do they want any more players here? Christ, they're just hoarding all the players. Oh, thank you, Alpha. The eyebrows and the cutscenes, all true. We're doing all right, Christian. We're 2 for 2 in the Champions League, and Hungary is actually smashing it this year so far. Like, the other Hungarian sides have done very, very solidly to start with. Yeah, one more little check-in on the video. See how we're cracking along. That seems to be doing okay. I wonder if it's just because it's an early Sunday morning upload. It's not going to... Oh, it's already climbing now. It's number 7. Never mind. That's really weird that it started climbing so much. It might be that people just aren't used to me uploading at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, in fairness, so probably aren't even up to see it. That might explain why it did so poorly to the first hour. Came back from the shops. Which game? We're Fulham? No, I don't think our next friendly's until... Fuck, who are we playing? We've got Chelsea, I think, on tonight. I think we're playing Chelsea. MTK kit. Yeah, so basically the reason I'm wearing the MTK kit there is because I was wearing it for the recap video, but I recorded the part you see in that video directly after the MTK video because I just had extra time that day and I thought, fuck it, I'm in motivated mood. Let's knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Lost track of days. Yeah, so we're playing Chelsea tonight. Oh, no, that got cancelled, Johnny. Unfortunately, the charity game didn't happen, unfortunately. So that's why I had to go for that 18k trail run yesterday. What am I doing? That was a bad decision. Let me just switch these guys around. Never Jam is apparently going to play in this match. And I'm here for it. Although I will start Solea. And Van Dam, and then Big Manovic off the right. Yeah, where is Fayez? I'm surprised he didn't... he might not be available because of... Yeah, I think he... Yeah, he was playing in an under-21s game. Bartechko was in the loan farm, but he came back. That's... Yeah, all the information about why... That's all online already. He's a goal threat. He's a goal threat. He's a sticky boy. What can I say? Look at that goal threat with his 3 finishing. Romero or Sogos? Oh, well. Since Romero's available, yeah. We'll do Sogos instead because Sogos, generally speaking, has not done well in Europe. He's a jammy anchor, dude. Very true. We can't afford to lose too many of these games. He is composed. I mean, finishing does matter, again. Like, this nonsense about how finishing doesn't matter, to me, just doesn't make any sense. Of course it matters. It's an attribute. If it didn't matter, it wouldn't exist. It's just, I feel like composure is very important. I feel like you can have one or... You kind of need a bit of both, basically. I still wouldn't put a striker up top with 3 finishing, even if their composure was really good. Oh my god, we've lost again. Okay. Lopez with a great time there. Sem, though, with another couple of goals is nice to see. He's actually got 7 in the league already. How many games has he started in the league? 4. He's doing all right. Hey, Krill. Antalya Spore. Yeah, Jam was not having the best day there. Oh, these are all... this is the first team squad, isn't it? Still worth a look at those two, potentially. Probably really expensive. How does win them? They probably won't, but... It's going to be a lot tighter than it was last time around, I would suspect, given that we've already dropped 2 wins. This is what happens, though, when you have to rotate against quite good sides. Then again, there's really no bad sides in the league, other than, like, maybe... Actually, the 2 in the relegation zone are not teams I'd expect to see there. Both Meshkovist and Spartacus are outside the drop zone at the moment, anyway. Whether they'll stay there for long, I don't know. Best loan farmer is... Oh, it'll probably be Omar Ben Salah. I think he's the only guy that's 5-star, 5-star out on loan. He might not be that anymore, actually. But I think he was definitely the best at one point. Okay. So it's either Edvaldo. He's a bit good, isn't he? Christ. Or it's Omar Ben Salah, the Tunisian legend. I think pound for pound, in terms of what they do in their position, I think Ben Salah's better. He's actually world class. He's been on loan now for 11 years. Zivkovic as well, in terms of his impact, yeah. His one just fluctuates all over the shop now. I mean, how long has he been out? 12 years. 182 league goals he's got for Haladash. Dread to think how many goals he's got in all comps, because he regularly bangs 40 a season. What if I can keep him out there for his entire career? I just don't want him coming back as like a 35-year-old or something. I hope that doesn't happen. I'm fairly certain the longest loan spell we had on the previous save was 16 years, I think it was. There was that guy that was playing for Dundalk. No, I don't think he is a club legend for Haladash, because I think that the game is a bit snide about how it assigns that. Yeah. In fact, he's only favoured personnel. Basically, the game doesn't like the fact that he's on loan, so it never rewards them what they want. Best right back if you brought him back. Probably. Although, I think Teixeira gives... And also, Teixeira is 25 and is still developing. 17 tackle. I think Teixeira is genuinely better, and he can cover centre-back. But, yeah. Still a loan player. Tough, because you have to... say, in an ideal world, right, where there's no buyers... Sorry, where the buyers are willing to pay their values, for example, right? Fucking God knows, honestly. There's not even any way of working that out, because, I mean, you could look at their values here, and just scrolling down... If you just take the low values, for example, right? Now... Say there was a world where all these teams are actually willing to bid on these players at these values. Because it's really hard to work out otherwise. I don't know. Billion? Probably. Maybe. Something like that. Kind of range. Oh, damn. Okay, so so the Gonzalo reports are in. As are all the Swedish reports. Although, now that we're all here... Oh, they're all reasonable. Never mind. Send them around again. Lundstrom was the guy with the really high finishing... I just don't think he's great. I think he might have... I don't think he's got the potential that I want. 85 million... I think it's probably because of reputation, maybe. Yeah, Liam Cooper is... He's one of the guys that probably will come back. All players in contract. Yeah, I think that the team value thing is a bit weird, because the values are so hard to work out. I think he's better than the other dude. The question is how much money they'd want. Oh, thank you, Vakama. It's very kind of you. I hope people that have watched it did enjoy it, even if it was a bit of a long one. There was a lot of stuff that I had to put in there. Hopefully it does all right. Oh, for 800k, I'm definitely doing it.
So I tell the swamp donkey.
If he was, I'd have paid around about 1 million maybe, but for 800, I think he's worth it. Red Guitar-oo, thank you very much for the follow. New video about. So basically, in the new video, what we did was we randomized promotion, but not even on the most direct sense where, so 3 random teams are chosen from the league below to be promoted and vice versa. Each nation now only has 1 league, the top flight, and beneath that is a league that contains every other team in that division. So, for example, in England, there's the Premier League, and then there's the Football League, which contains 1,000 teams. And at the start of every season, the 3 promoted sides are chosen at random from that league. So you end up with like 13th tier sides being thrown into the Premier League with Colchester, for example. And Adrian implemented that across 12 different countries as well. So it's mad. And also there's a tutorial there to show you how to do it as well. Hopefully I did all right in the tutorial, Adrian. Probably a useful one. I don't know about that, Rolling Thunder. But that's awesome. I'm glad that you come back to playing FM, particularly with how hopefully awesome it's going to be over the next couple of years. Yeah, the tutorial just kind of walks you through how we did it. And it even has some errors thrown in so that you know how to like work around it. Basically, Hedron, I was just sort of essentially watching your tutorial for me and then trying to explain with words. Promote to the top division nation. You could, but then that triggers a lot more problems because of the different where the clubs are. So are Liverpool playing right now? Words are a good addition, indeed, yeah. Kovacic he's actually playing. This guy's a bit of an attribute merchant, isn't he? But the problem is the price. Just randomly promote. Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't just a straight up random promotion. There was a lot more to it than that, which is what made it really fun. I wouldn't have bothered if it was just going to be random promotion because that's actually very easy to sort out. I think with this guy, the problem is simply going to be that he's going to be too expensive. Because I reckon they're going to probably want like 6 million quid, and I don't want to pay 6 million quid for him. If they let me have him for 3.3, I'd maybe you know what, actually, at 3.3, it's alright. Dynamic league size. I don't think that exists in the game. Anytime that you see the leagues change size in FM, it's because they have been hard-coded to do so. The FM there's limitations on what you can do with it, basically. It'd be so cool if that was possible. There's a way to do it in the editor, really? But not reliable. So how does that work then? So are you saying that hypothetically we could expand Malta's league in the future in that? Or am I just creating problems for ourselves here? The answer is almost certainly that, because I am very good at creating problems. I'm a problem merchant, what can I say? Give him 3k. He doesn't want a lot of money, which does again worry me a little bit. Or maybe he's just a good lad. The other guy presumably is going to want way loads of money. Oh, wait, he doesn't want loads of money either. Alright, that's fine. Particularly as I can give him a 4-year deal. 2k there. If nothing else, with the fact that they're not paying loads of wages, these guys at the very least will be solid options for the loan farm. Not that the loan farm needs to be any bigger, but it's doing its job. Asian Champions League on away goals. God, it's just crazy to think that's even possible. In that it can decide to trim the league down by an extra team later in the save. Yes, that's a good point. Yes, we've won, I think, 3 Champions Leagues in this save. Yes. We've also lost the last 2 Champions League finals we've played in, so we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Okay, let's just get up to the day of the Hoffenheim game, and then we'll get ourselves a cheeky Harrow Bishop Ultras to warm ourselves up a little bit. And apparently Inter are playing on a different day. Okay. Also, weird thing again. Giamot played their qualifying games for the last round with the Real Sociedad one on a different day to everyone else, but it was a week later. So, which I don't really understand why that happened either. I suppose it's the same with the Copa Libertadores, isn't it? That's 2-legged in the final 2. Right, Hoffenheim away. That should be winnable. So I'm starting to learn more about the editor now, just from Hadrian teaching me, but also from having to make the tutorials for the videos. I'm starting to understand some of the logic of the way the screens work, to the point where I'm like coming up with little ideas in my head of things I want to test myself, which I think is cool. And I suppose that's exactly what you wanted, wasn't it? For that kind of curiosity to take over. And I'm glad that we've been putting the tutorials in these videos to make other people curious too. Debrecen host City, that's a write-off. Kishvada, how did I show away at Milan? You know what? I wouldn't even put that past them. Kuzvara away at Villarreal. That's going to be tough. This is going to be a tough day for us, I suspect. We should win. Haladash maybe will win. If they do, then they really are big time. Baumeister, Mihail, Romero, Teixeira, Patrice and Montiel, Velázquez, Nunez. I want to start Raposo again. I'm really enjoying his work, both goal scoring and creatively. I think, yeah, there is a quite... it's because there's such a barrier to entry, because a lot of people don't understand that stuff, because it's never really explained to them. No, Bill. Although we've come... There was a time where we only won the league by 3 points, when Kuzvara had a mental season. To do the dumb stuff. Yeah, exactly. And I'm getting more confident with it to try out things on myself. Like, sometimes I'll come to Hadrian and be like, look what I did. And he's just like, it's kind of like a proud dad, like, yes, son. Monty, over Pretzel? Yeah, we're kind of still basically claiming that... Basically, Pretzel's pissed at me because I didn't send him to Real Madrid. So I'm hoping that, basically, his morale might be a poor thing for us. And Montiel can still do it. He's got the mentals to make it work. We played him in the first 2 games, and he's got through them with flying colours. So I feel like he's still good enough for the moment. But Pretzel is definitely the successor. But once he's cheered the fuck up, basically. Right, Harrow Bishop Ultras, let's do this. And a 5, and a 4, and a 2, and a 2, and a 1, and comprende.
The minute you did.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I got through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
Yeah, there is that one, Hadrian. Because literally at one point I was re-verifying every database that you sent me. Because I'm an Egypt. But then you already knew that. So yeah, Kovacevic Diaz. Just moving back on, because I realised I've... yeah, so Kovacevic Diaz. Which, I just love his name. Hopefully the game will let me get away without putting the... Oh, I also snuck a cheeky Harrow Bishop Ultras into the latest video as well. Which is the first time I've ever done that. So yeah, he's on loan at Veszprem, but I think he's been out for the last few matches because he went to the Pan American Games to play for Chile in that, which I believe is an under-23s tournament or something. But point being, he's got 8 and 11 in the league. So far, but look at that. Lee Wong-il is one of ours, and Cock Wriggling has scored another 11 goals. He's already got 161 in 200. That's insane. Oh, who's me?
Another month.
Thank you for the
Nothing
22 months.
funny to say today. Just have to tell you about my granddad. He's become addicted to Viagra. Nobody is taking it harder than my grandma.
Ah, dear. Well, that's the thing. If you... Thank you, Husby. If you are interested in learning more about the editor, stay tuned for any videos that we've got like this, basically, because in each one, this was part of the sort of the agreement that we made when we were going to make these, is that I'm going to show exactly how we did the things that we did. Because one, I learned through doing that, but also it means that other people can do it. I know, that's the great thing. I'm waiting for someone to be like, what the hell was that? I'm certain that Protestant has already existed in the comments, but there we go. He's had mental seasons, but that's just the game being the game. Like, his attributes are actually really good. Like, we picked him up because of his name, obviously, but his attributes were genuinely good, and we felt that he could do a job. Man got 40 goals in a league season once. I'm hoping it comes off, Tommy, provided the fee's right. I think the problem we've got at the moment is the hang-ups over his wages, because he's on quite a lot of money at Chelsea, and we wouldn't be able to afford that. Well, not even wouldn't be able to afford that. We can afford that, but not for a player of that squad status in our team. Right, let's do this. Hopefully go 3 for 3 here. Let's go. With me. Just takes one little variable switch and suddenly it's a whole different kettle of fish. Or a kettle of granddads in this case. That's a strange turn of phrase. Right, we move. Refereed by unknown. Would imagine the scenes. Just entirely empty stand there. Is that to keep the MTK Ultras away from Hoffenheim? Have you... See how you... See, hang on. Cycle... No, as it get closer. What do you mean, Stewie? Balls and Bassey. I'm excited by it because I feel like Fulham have done a good thing lately in the last couple of years at making players who've maybe not had the best time at their previous clubs, giving them a sort of a new home and getting their confidence back. And I think that's what we can do with Bassey, hopefully. Like, clearly Marco likes something about him in order to want to sign him in the first place, so I'm content with it. If we get a little bit more Rangers Bassey than we get Ajax Bassey, then I think that's a good sign. Unfortunately, my graphics card, being a penis, is less of a good sign. Great Bond theme. Yeah, his mum Shirley's going to be so happy. Okay, I might have to progress a little bit and get this sorted. We'll get there. I'd say minimum risk. It depends on if the... This is why we want to sort out the wages more than anything else. It's minimum risk if we can sort out on a cheap deal and get decent wages. Bound and Terror says, oh, that makes sense, actually. I love that FM has that level of detail. Come on, FM. Don't use that as a graphics card. It's a terrible decision. You'll regret it. Speaking of regretting it. Oh, come on. I was talking to Pog about this yesterday, and when I build this new PC, Pog's just excited because she's basically going to get a free gaming computer. PLOEG, thank you for the 5 bits. Did you use the editor to put 20 teams in the Mercantile backlink because I'm only 16? No, because there is only 16 teams in the top flight in Hungary, as far as I'm aware. The second tier has 20, and Raposo slots it home for 1-0. I think Ajax, it's one of those things where I think it could be good for both sides, Mr. Senior, where clearly Ajax wasn't working out there, and they get their money back, but I still feel like we've actually done okay out of it because we needed another left-footed player to play in the defence. Diop did not look comfortable there the second half once Ream went out injured. Goodbye, BetPC. My hope is that maybe by the time the F125 rolls around, I can gain enough, not notoriety, but like gain enough size on YouTube and whatnot that I can maybe do a deal with one of the PC companies or something to get at least a slight bit of money off or something, a little sponsorship or something like that. My peers have managed something like that. Woo-hoo-hoo! So maybe I can pull it off. 2 left feet. I mean, hey, as long as they're playing on that, I think he's being harshly treated here. I'll maybe change my tune 2 months into the season when he scored 3 own goals, but for now, I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Paul suggests the striker wanted to leave the club. I suspect that a lot of that was guff, but we will see. Because I was under the impression that the Saudis were going to put another bid in for him and we were going to accept it, but maybe the things have changed. Hey, to be fair, when I compare the situation a lot to Issa Diop last season. Like, when we signed Diop from West Ham, there was a lot of talk about how West Ham were very happy to get rid of him for that price and that he was going to flop at Fulham. And I think he's been absolutely perfect and done a great job for us since he signed. So I'm hoping it's going to be that kind of situation where just need to be a different club, different change of scenery, refresh him. It's clearly a quality player there. Bendy Tendy, thank you for the follow. Silas to care. Maybe. But the last thing you want, though, is a player that's feeling like robbed of a dream move, so to speak. But Dwarfkin Lord of it, I don't know. That does ring a bell, though. You're right. Absolutely not. I would never do something like that. I would never like crowdfund donations for a PC or something like that. The way I look at it is this is my job, and I need to earn my money legitimately through my job to then pay for that like that. That's the way I do it. That's why I would never have things like a you know what I mean? I would feel really like not icky about that. It's not durin, it's urine. What? What are we talking about? I swear I've been saying durin the entire time. Oh, go on, Raposo. I'm really liking Claudio Raposo. He looks like he's got a bit of he's more aggressive in the press, I think. Reminds me a bit of Sam Ingram. He's more of an Ingram type mold of player than a Nunez type of player, and I'm fine with that because I really like Sam Ingram. We've essentially just got like a 26-year-old Sam Ingram back again. It's fair play. I know what I mean by that is I swear I've been calling him Jurin the entire time, which is what we'd established was the pronunciation of his name. I don't know. Regardless, you know who I mean because we don't have another player who has the same name. Oh, this is going top bins, isn't it? Oh! Was the Balrog, wasn't it? I don't know. I've not watched Lord of the Rings in a long time. Which is something I need to rectify soon. The transliteration, yeah. Because he's got the accent, which always is one that kind of I struggle with a little bit. Hoffenheim don't look that bad. They look a little bit of alright. Concerning. Urine is correct. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. But obviously, me calling him urine just... he's pissing the league. So to replace Manuel Solomon. To be fair, Solomon was not a starter for us, so it's not a case of direct reply. We do need to sign another winger, but I think that's why we're looking at Hudson-Odoi. But with Solomon not being a starting player for us, it's less of a big deal, particularly with us re-signing Willian as well. Although we are going to have to look into the future there, obviously, because Willian's not going to be able to play forever as Velasquez rams it home. Blast urine, yeah. Durin is the dwarf. Durin's about... Oh, I see! Right, yes. Durin. Ah, that makes more sense. Yeah, he should just be called Ballon d'Or winner extraordinaire, because that's what he is. So Debrecen so far come up to half time, holding their own a little bit against Manchester City. Ballon d'Or. It's just a big cup full of piss. Oh. Fulham, not really, no. Fulham and Chelsea's rivalry is kind of non-existent. We're not really arsed. Like, if you were to say to me, like, talking like West London derbies, I would not give a crap. Like, the Chelsea game is obviously a nice one to try and get the win in. Unfortunately, Halash losing. But it's not a game that is like, oh my... Like, to me, I'd much rather get one over on Brentford, sorry, Daz. Or QPR, I think we can all agree there. Than Chelsea particularly. It's nice when we did beat Chelsea this season, but that was more because it was like a big scalp, in a way. And obviously it's the West London rivalry. We hadn't beaten them for a while, but I don't consider it the same level of ferocity than you would have with Fulham and Brentford, potentially. Also, equaliser for Halash there. And an injury for Villarreal. They're doing all right. They're doing okay. All seems correct. Excellent. I'd forgotten that you'd set it up so that we got the errors in there, and that threw me for a second till I remembered. I think that's really helpful as well for other people to actually see errors that might come up to. And the rain on that one. A little bit. Oh, God. This is what I think it's going to be. Chat, do you want to win the urine balloon? It's just the worst hot air balloon flight you've ever taken. See, mate, I think it's just because of them are very difficult to dislike in the grand scheme of things. We don't really upset many people. We're just kind of there being vibey and eating our Victoria sponge in the stands. I'm going to give Sem a chance here. And Big Manovic as well for Kenny, who's had a bit of a poor one. Romero's not been perfect here either, so maybe Sogos. And I'm going to keep giving Solea an opportunity. You know? I wonder if he's one of those players that we could maybe improve just by playing him. Dwam. Did I say Dwam? You've heard of VRAM, now we've got DWAM. A one-striker tactic. It depends. If you think you can get the second tactic to work and you think it will improve the situation, then crack on, I suppose. As
Keep up the
Raposo!
great streams.
And Muggy, thank you very much for the 2 months. I hope you're well, my friend. Oh, upset about going... Nah, I feel like I'm just happy Joe Bryan's found himself a new club. One where he can play regularly. I want him to do well because I love him to death. So it's sad to see him leave, but he wasn't going to get football, right? Now that was a dwam. That was some dwam right there. Lovely pick out from Kenny. Raposo is just, he's a little bit of something. I reckon we could get 15, 20 goals out of him this season. What a dwammer. Chat, have you ever played War Dwammer? Also, it's still 0-0 between Debrecen and Manchester City. And I realise by saying this out loud, I've just jinxed it into them losing. But if they get a random point against City as well, it's not bad. My favourite alcoholic beverage, chat, is Dwambui. Don't know why I said the second part of that word so weirdly there. Right. Here we go. One more. Oh, lovely. Just drop it across for someone to share. And he's found Celaya on the end of it. Clemente Celaya with the 4th goal. Lovely. Yeah, that's a good point, Springtime. I would have really liked that. I would have liked him to have gone back to Bristol City. I'm guessing they just couldn't put together a package for him or something. It's a nice little... Actually, the pass wasn't even that good, but Celaya's turned into something good. Hey, it's all a Fulham season now. Come on, Debrecen, just hang in there. 1 extra point. It's worth so much to Hungary to just get random points like that. And it stops City being good too, which is always nice. And it looks like Halash are going to get a point away at Milan too. Currently, drops it across and... Oh! Hang on, did the keeper just hold the ball in one hand? Oh, and there it is. There it is. Standard. Van Dam from a distance. He's going to try and do what Blaz did last time around. Oh, he's gone... Ooh, not bad. It's a Fulham world and you're just living in it. Exactly. But yeah, there's the late goal from Manchester City, as is the prediction. Loads of injuries there, so... Oh, well. My fault. I know. It's always my fault. I shouldn't have said it. I spoke stupidity into existence, just like I did during the Champions League final. I'm still not over that. I need another lemon Fanta to get over that one, truly. Hopefully Haladash got a point. And I don't know what Kishvada did, because we couldn't see their result the entire time. JF Geets. I hope I've said that correctly. Thank you very much for the follow. Kishvada got a point. Great news. Haladash also got a point. So it's not the end of the world. That's frustrating, but Debrecen are not that great. Haladash got a draw away at Milan is great. And Kishvarda with a 0-0 draw away at Villarreal is good points for them. 4th point on the board. If they can just stay at that kind of rate, they'll be fine. And Haladash, if they stay at that kind of rate, they're going to be in the top 8. It's just, yeah. Conference League this season? Almost certainly not. We were overperforming last season, and I see no reason why that would continue into this season. I think if we keep our main squad core together and maybe add a few signings, we're not going to be in any real danger of relegation, but I think we'll be a 12th or something this year probably, and that's fine. Stability in the second season is really important. So this is what Midjourney interprets Dwam as the letters. What the hell is that top? What on earth is that? Oh my god. That's my sleep paralysis demon. Who knew? This looks like a company that makes various accoutrements for tabletop gaming. This one looks like a rebrand of a social media website after it was bought by a billionaire. And this one down here is just full on, we sell nice cakes. I like them, yeah. This dog from Neverending Journey to the Castle. It's fucking Falcor up here. Solid, I guess. It's solid. The Grandma's Cookie Company. Yes, it's an Etsy company. They're Etsy'd out the wazoo. Right. Okay. Thursday. Hopefully we can continue this. Then I'll pass it. Oh, passing England on the coefficients is almost impossible, but I just wonder if we've got enough time on our hands to make it happen this time, because we're already in such a great spot. Right. Ferencváros at Bodo. That's tough, but maybe they can do it. Honvéd, surely they're at home this time, right? At home against Lazio. Christ on a bike. Give them an easy game, please. And Giamot are away at Panathinaikos. Okay. I want 4 points from those. That's like a solid amount. 3 games, 4 points, just to keep things moving. Although I feel like we might not get 4 points from those. We'll just get 7 now. Ferencváros with the draw. Oh, there's your 4 points. Make that 7. Giamot with the win in Greece. Honvéd with a win against Lazio. I'm telling you, they've got some quality. Can you package Vado and not sim? What do you mean? We can't not sim the league games, otherwise we won't get what we need to get done today done. And there's no point in watching a random game against Kishvarda. So that's good. Ferencváros go on to 12 points. Honvéd go on to, 12th place. 6th place for Honvéd. And Giamot, currently 2 for 2. Hitting it with the big boys so far. That's a really good day for us. We should be getting close to 6.7 now. We're keeping the distance to Spain, which is not bad, considering they've got less teams in Europe as well. They're doing a bloody good job. Italy are killing it this season. Croatia having a great time too. And we're still keeping relatively close touch with England, which is the key thing. And we've done enough to get back ahead of Spain. Real high average rating, man. Do they? Is that in the... No, that's not ECL. That's UEL, isn't it? Joffrey Yeto. Bloody hell, he's good. But he's also on 200 grand a week. I mean, we'll scout him, but he's not a player that we could ever afford. Cool that he's playing for Espanyol, though. The fact that they've held on to him for the last 13 years since he came through their academy. Anyone from Besiktas? Nah. Tell you what, the coefficient that we're currently tracking on this year is superb. The key thing, though, is getting Kishvarda and Haladash through. Debrecen, I still don't think is going to happen, because they've only got 1 point from the first 3 games. But they have played City and United. So maybe some easier games are there for them. But actually, let's just quickly see whether they do actually have any easier games. Atletico away next. Then Young Boys away. Celtic at home. Dortmund and Juve. I just don't see them getting enough points to qualify. Unless they beat Young Boys and Celtic. That'll take them to 7. And then maybe some mad result somewhere else, perhaps. Some other country to take an extra spot from England. Maybe. But it's just so tough. England is just so good at it every single year. Falling awkwardly. That's not what you want to see. We kind of... I mean, the best case scenario in the future would be somehow a situation where in the qualifiers for the Conference League, the English side gets knocked out by us. But it's just so rare that you ever draw against them. Like, we were very lucky/unlucky when Giamot drew Real Sociedad, because easily that could have gone the other way and we could have been down to 6 teams with the dilution of 7. It's a risk. But luckily it paid off for us in this scenario. I was so... When they lost the first leg too, I thought, fuck, we can't afford to have not Giamot in Europe. But then knocking him out, it's like best of both worlds, right? So, Kishvarda, we've got Lyon in 10 days, or 11 days rather. If Durin's going to be in the team, then he can start up front. I kind of want to see how many goals he can get for us this season, given the rate at which he's hit the ground running this year. Although someone against Kishvara away from home is not going to be an easy one for him, even with a full-strength squad. Oh, God. We made that hard work for ourselves there as Yamin was sent off and Big Manovic was injured. A goal for Blaz in there, which is something. Number one. In real life, it's happened loads. In FM, I can't remember in any of my Building a Nation saves at any stage England not being top. Delete England, pretend they never existed. We'll move them to CONCACAF. It'll be fine. Debrecen with a win. Haladash with another win. The sort of general top 6, roughly, although Ferencváros are still not doing that well. They're not looking in relegation danger, though, which is the main thing. The top 6 that I kind of want, maybe not in that order, are at least assembling themselves now, which is good. Galatasaray's under 19. Oh, now we're talking. That's more like it. What are we saying? Mehmed, Burak, Akçekan. Wow. 6'2", though, so look at those tent poles. Man's like a fucking circus. He's the big top. Yeah, Újpest, I think, might actually get legitimately relegated this season if they carry on playing this badly. Resolute 2, which is always good to see. Like, Újpest were circling the drain last year with Ferencváros. If it wasn't for the fact that Ferencváros were trash for a little while, like the Ajax of Hungary, I don't know even about that. I mean, we kind of are, obviously. We're so dominant. But then Ajax have didn't they not even win the league title last season? I love that whenever you appeal, you get a news article saying referee and conspiracy. It's like, no, I just maybe didn't think it was that bad. True, I think Újpest, they nearly got relegated once. So, don't forget, Honvéd went to the second tier at one point as well. And now, look at them. Because they've got the quality players. This will be an interesting sign to see where these guys actually sit. Like, Spartacus have started well, but I think they're now going to start to fall down. Újpest with a win. There you go. Right when we needed it, honestly. What are we doing with Újpest? I'm not doing anything with them. They're just being bad. They still have low knees. Like, look. They've got good ones, too. They have Wilson Roberto, who's genuinely an insane talent. Arthur Etienne, who just won the under-21 men's best player. They've got Ulysses Anderson, who's a stonking... He's got 6 Argentina caps. They've got Fruta, who's obviously Mr. Fruit Pastels. What a striker he is. Then they've also got Yokotake, who was an established starter for us in times. Or second. And they've got Kamaroko Diakite, who I think is one of the random guys I picked up from one of the Malian clubs. Who's, again, look at the state of these players. They just need a new manager. I think that's the biggest problem. They just need to sort their stuff out. Because they've clearly, I think maybe the rest of their squad isn't perfect, but they've signed some quite big players in this save. They seem to do good recruitment. They just need one manager to come in and actually change things. They've really not been the same ever since Fabio Grosso left the club. He was the man that was making... Újpest at one point, we all thought were going to be like the second team. They were the first team to really establish themselves as like the big boys with us, after Ferencváros kind of fell off a little bit. But that was under Fabio Grosso. And when he left to take the Italy job, it all fell apart for them. They've not really recovered since, and that was about 7 or 8 years ago now. Which is worrying. Yeah, I'm selected. It's fine. England do get a lot of money, yeah, because of the Premier League TV money. It's just, it stacks those teams to the point where even the sort of 7th or 8th best English sides can still do a jobby. Yeah, Újpest have actually, they've sacked a lot of managers. One of these days, hopefully they'll hit on the right guy. There was a guy called Turkman in the Turkish team there. That was cool. Konstantin Tishenko. Bit of a mishmash there, but still. Haven't got any Ukrainian players yet, have we? Best Ukrainian player I think I've ever had on one of my saves was Edward Adamenko. I think with these, actually, at the moment, I'm just going to keep sending them around so we can make some progress and then deal with these when we've got a larger amount of them. Yes, they mostly... so, for example, they've currently got Tamas Tahiti, I think. So, managers since Grosso. This was Grosso. So that was 12 years ago. Sorry, no. 6 years ago that he left. Since then, in the last 6 years, they've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 managers in 6 years. And notice they've all been sacked. So Fekşo he only lasted 3 months, basically. Lanzafame, who they didn't give a fair shot to, because he's now killing it with Girmot. Shai Elias as well. 57% win rate, and he got sacked. Kovacs with 46. Tahiti's only got 36. How is he still in a job? Man's barely won anything. Rana Samarin International. Yes. We signed a Kyrgyzstan international earlier today and a guy from St. Pierre and Miquelon. He's on borrowed time. Oh, no doubt. He's almost certainly like the most like at-risk job so far. They basically sack a manager every single season. I mean, it's helped us out because once Lanzafarme joined Giamot, it's been all up from there. Like, he's been out of the club for 3 years and he's got only a 42% win rate, but he's been superb. I think, hang on, didn't Kovacs also... Yeah, so they also took the Uefesh, they took Giamot's other manager, Kovacs, as well. Just doesn't work for them. Memento Moe, thank you very much for the follow. Be mindful of death. And hello, how's it going? St. Pierre Copolani. Oh, we could. Is it Copolani? Oh, God. It's certainly not that, man, because we've put an extra A in there, you mug. Oh, there it is, Pierre. I love that it's called Pierre as well. There we go. St. Pierre Copolani. Keep getting those caps, buddy. He's still worth 30 grand, you know? It's like a young Stalin. Maybe that's why he got sacked. He probably wasn't that popular in Hungary. Let's see. Leon is a week away, so this is full strength. Which means more chance for Jurin to score bangers. God, we've actually got quite a lot of... Ever since we were like, oh, we're really weak in the AMC spot. Now we've just got too many AMCs. It's great. It's like a cinema complex. Now, Lanzafarme isn't a regen, but Kovacs is. He was a really young regen manager. I think he started at a lower league side that didn't have a manager, and then they got promoted into the second tier, and then he kind of worked his way through there. Agent Anton, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a lovely Sundat. Yeah, he'd actually played in Hungary. It's weird how they haven't looked outside of that. 2 more goals for Blaz. Considering that Shevchenko was manager of Ferencvaros right at the start of the save. So Uepesh lose again. Kishvada beat Giamot in a tempestuous affair. So Ferencvaros get another win. Okay, they're starting to look a bit more feisty now. As Blaz should be now top scorer, or at least getting close to top scorer. I don't know how you could forget Hadrian. Look at the SZ. It's the biggest clue. Where is Pinder these days? Oh, I forgot I loaned him to Haladash. I think we've got like... I think their entire back four is on loan from us now. Because they also have... Fuck, who else have they got? There's someone else that's really, really good that they've got as a central defender. And I can't remember who it is. I can't remember. But needless to say, I loaned them a few more players. 60 players produced. God damn. Yeah, that Jose Victor guy, the guy that we showed at the start of save, he seems to be doing really, really well. Speaking of, actually, in terms of future transfers, do you remember that really cheap Brazilian that we picked up for £18,000? He hasn't actually joined us yet, but he will. Where is he? Juan Felipe. Look at his attributes. 18 grand. He might be one of the bargains of this save, if he's actually as good as that. Radovanovic, true, yes, that's the other one. I think they've got another guy too, I swear they do. They've got... Limoero as well. They've got Radovanovic, Pinder, and Limoero. Like, wow. That is a hell of a set of centre-backs to pick from. I did try to sell Limoero, but Milan... Arsenal were the only one that wanted to buy him, but they never actually put a bid in, even when I offered him out specifically. And in the end, Haladash said, we'll have him on loan. I thought, fuck it, why not? Can't hurt. Been missing funny names. Did come across this man, Clive? Clive Schumer? That's a real player as well, isn't it? Wait, no, it can't be. Big up Clive. Also, Gianni Happy Boys. Great name. Big up the Happy Boys. Does that like speed things up or anything, Hadrian, having the regions turned off? Rice. Oh, I forgot that Declan Rice was here. I totally forgot that Declan Rice was here. Just hate the eyebrows. Right. Youth prospects. So Van Dam. Fayez is in. All right, let's let that happen. Let's also put Chalaya in, though. Hopefully we don't lose this one as well. I'm loving that Hugo Cañada is getting first team games for us, despite being 16 years old. But that's going to be a hell of a good thing for his development. Was he doing it? He was available as a coach, and he was actually really good. So we thought, fuck it, just pick him up. We have a habit of doing that. We tried to sign Harry Kane as well, but he wasn't having any of it. He wanted a role that we couldn't offer him, basically. He wanted to be like second team assistant manager. And it just happened that we had a very sentimentally important player or former player playing in that role currently. That's a wreck immersion. Ah, fair one. Oh god, we've lost again. We've lost all 3 of our rotation games so far, despite playing well in all of these games. For the fixed regen faces. They won't, because that will be coming with FN25, won't it? Budapest with a win, though. We're still top of the league, but it's not been great for us so far. Also, I didn't notice the Debrecen were still unbeaten. Sorry, what I meant was Canada. We've got Canada in the back. Where it should be. A bit of that. Oh, God. Okay, that's fine. Not too bad. I wonder why he wasn't so good, but... Looks like the other teams are kind of falling over themselves. It's just as well none of them had like an absolutely lightning start to the season like they have in the past. Because otherwise we might be struggling to stay in there. We can go 49 unbeaten again. That is true, yes. But we probably won't be doing it anytime soon at this rate. Hey, Gova. Hope you're well on this Sunday. How's life? Also, as I want to see if Vashash have started scoring any more goals lately. Okay, maybe a few more goals. They have 10 goals. It's got 10 goals. They're not really giving Zhao much of a chance to improve here if he can barely get into any goal-scoring positions. They're playing an extremely defensive style of football with 4 goals conceded in their first 13 matches, but only 10 scored. It's not one for the purists, I would say. Playing proper, like, lower league Hungexit ball. Right. Oh, Skenderbeu. Okay, we must be back round to... Oh, no, that's North Macedonia, isn't it? I always think they're an Albanian side initially. Because I think there is a team with a similar name in Albania. Asparagus win again. I still think they'll get relegated, but they're doing a good job. Where's the heatwave go? Because right now, I've got a nice balmy 24.5 degrees in here, which is all right. I'm not actually sweating for once, which is always a positive sign. Okay. Leon are having a terrible time of it as well. 32nd so far. It's just what you want to see. France dropping some more points. Also, it went under the radar of the just unbelievably shit season that Germany had last year in this save. They only got 13 points. Pulse the announcements. Oh, I love them. I had a whole video about it, but like, I would say, Washi, that actually, from what I can ascertain from reading the blog posts and stuff, that I am actually expecting FN24 to be a banger, because if you read it, what it says, they actually talk about having to remove stuff from FN23 due to them not being ready, and that means that FN24 I think is going to be an extremely complete game and might have a lot of things that we weren't even expecting to be in it. So I'm actually quite excited about not just that, but obviously the one after that, FN25. So I'm really, really hyped for it. I think it sets the ground out for the next couple of years of FM in a really positive and optimistic fashion, and it also makes me feel very content and secure as a content creator within that space, which I think is kind of cool. Feels like I got job security. Oh, yeah, there's Yeto. He'd won about 250 grand. Can we get our man yet? He's 17. Oh, we might be able to ask his agent. Come on, please, 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 please. Yes! I want to put this to bed to see if this guy's actually going to be any good. We might as well... Oh, I can just get him for free, can't I? But I will do them the honor of paying them... Oh, hang on. I will do them the honor of paying them... Not that. I'm not going to give them that. I will pay you £4,000 for the honour of signing this Ethiopian chap who I still believe has got something to him. And if he doesn't, then oh well. Half-baked or unbalanced. I'm not sure if they will be unbalanced, though. I mean, I do... yeah. I think it's going to be a while before we see any new announcements for FM. It'll probably be the sort of standard thing. Where... Okay. Right, so he doesn't want loads of money. He wants to be a youngster. That's fine. Yeah, they would have got £240,000 in compensation if we were signing him outright. I should just be able to get him on that, right? Yeah, that's fine. But I know! I had high hopes for Scotland. We won't do a loan back. I want him as soon as possible so we can start developing him. Even if he's crap. I'm hoping it's going to be a case of like it was with Zidane Yao, but even if it's not, just to have a guy that looks like he might be a decent Ethiopian player that's gender an Ethiopian club, that's just kind of fun. Didn't go well, Big Tammer, unfortunately. We had... Kishvala lost 3-2 to Monaco because it's a European final and obviously they're always 3-2 defeats. And we had a game against Real Madrid where it was so bad that we actually forgot we were even watching it at one point, but they still managed to score their first real chance in the game before half-time, did nothing else, and we couldn't find an equaliser. I think FM24 is going to be like a proper polished... Yeah, I'm excited. Right, Debrecen are away at Atletico, never mind. Kuzvada hosting Barcelona, never mind. Haladash hosting Bayern, you just never know, but I think this is going to be a tough day for the other Hungarian sides, to be honest. I can't see a lot of points coming out today. Teixeira, Montiel, Patrice. Yeah, we'll get Romero in. Yeah, I don't... little things like that, maybe. See that, Holbrook? I thought it was Olivier Giroud for a second there. Oh, they've actually got Uzelac, who used to play for, well, us, and also, I think, Varos or Újpest. Well, I think I'm optimistic, and you know that I'm not optimistic about FM that often over the last couple of years, especially with this game cycle in particular, but I feel like I'm feeling it's in a much better place, and I'm quietly, not even quietly, quite loudly optimistic for the future of the game, honestly. I think the move to Unity is just such a massive deal, and if it's executed correctly, mother of Christ, it's going to bring FM into the zeitgeist of maybe people that wouldn't have even thought about it. Leafy! Thank you, Brendo, for the 23 months.
I am finally here with working internet. Been fun, painful, trying to set up a new laptop with the internet struggle, but I'm here now.
That'll suck. Yeah, that would definitely suck. Yesterday there was a random internet outage. No, day before. And obviously I had Ethernet here, so it's not a big deal. But for some reason, Spotify refused to believe that the computer was reconnected to the internet. So I had to like restart it. And then it didn't post properly, which is kind of weird. Austria's top flight became the 6th best league. Did it really? I guess because, yeah, they weren't suffering under the weight of all the random promotions. One thing I didn't look at in the video, actually, was the... I didn't look at the big transfers, which I really should have done. I was running out of time. And I also forgot to look at, like, the coefficients. You know, that's the thing. They can't come along with FM24 and be like, oh, yeah, we just kind of... It's a stopgap year. It can't. Not because this year was such a stopgap year in itself. FM24 actually has to go out with a bang for that match engine. Otherwise, I think there will be... The goodwill that they've earned would just completely vanish if FM24 wasn't anything special as well. You can't have 2 years of putting out basically nothing and expect people to pay for it and then go, hey, it's fine, there's this thing coming. It's like, if that's the case, then just don't release it, right? Baumeister, and it's a lovely little finish from Mihail. Out with a bang in it. Good result there. It's almost loaded in and out of that page. Jesus. Nothing massive. I figured that wasn't going to be super interesting, so it's probably for the best that I didn't. But also, it means that people, if they want to look through the database, can. That's why I like providing the, not the database, the save file for people. Jay Hursty, thank you for the follow. Short with bang. Well, that's a good, yeah, you can have a bad bang as well. Or a dwam. Just think how dynamic those player timelines are going to be. Durin's in again, and he's dinked the keeper. He truly is just a menace. 19 goals. First half of the season. And Hursty with the prime as well. My God, thank you so much. It always throws me when you get the followed immediately by a prime or a tier 1. That's very, very kind of you. And I'm very, very, very much appreciate it. Durin does love a dink. Not since the days of Ovalar have we had quite such a dinker, I don't think. 36th place in the games. That's the dream. Got 3 new Argentinians. The youngest wants me to sign someone helping with that. Yeah, never do that. Although... we did on the last year's game find a way around that silly one where they want you to strengthen the midfield or whatever. We found out that actually the game only considered the squad status of the player you signed and not the quality. So, oh my God, what a header. So, for example, if you were to say, they say you want to strengthen the midfield, and you have to, right? If you sign a random player and give them star player, they then count that as fulfilling that promise, and you can just release the player. We did this with a random Azeri dude when we were in Ireland last time. Favorite player? Oh, I don't know. Montiel for me is still one of my favorites just because I've really enjoyed the longevity he's had in this team. Tex-Mex was a good favorite for a while, but I feel like Montiel because he's just been here a long time. I've enjoyed his work. Haladash, I think, are still drawing because they're on 8 points. We've started so well in this game. It's exactly what we needed. Plus, it's a chance for the Azeri tactic. Exactly. Kenny and Kenny, I don't think I can consider him up there for me just because he's not actually... He's only been here 3 years. Can you do more tutorials? We're planning on it. Lola Way. But we need to have a reason to specifically. So I don't want to just be doing like a random tutorial about a thing. I want to have a purpose for it. So every time we do a video that uses the advanced editor, there will be a tutorial for it. As Durin through again. Oh, over the bar. Pressing forward. I've not used a pressing forward since my Whitport save. I had a pressing forward that had dreadful finishing and it used to constantly bang in goals on my Whitport save, but that was FM20, I think. Look at the counter-attack here. She's one insightful pass. Okay, not quite, but Mihal's been given a lot of space here. Goes for goal. It's a poor effort. Thomas Velasquez as well. Yeah, Velasquez and Miggy, I think, are two of my favourites. Debrecen losing again. Not ideal. A 16-year-old Micronesian. There you go. I feel like just having that, those fun players, just makes your save a little bit better. Interesting. Like, I've just never managed... The only time I got to work was in the lower leagues with Whitport. Back when I had Ben Putman Kitely whipping in like 30 assists a season from the right side as a defensive winger at one point because he had no attacking ability, allegedly. But Putman Kitely was legendary in that save. It was Curtis Thomas, I think, was the striker I had. I think I got him on a free from like Arsenal. Well, hey, if it works for you, then it's the correct decision. That's the way I look at things. Why is... Oh, hang on. We're going to get a cheeky goal here out. I can feel it. Yep, there it is. Ah, Kenny. The moment that the highlight had their player running towards the touchline and keeping the ball in play, I knew a goal was coming for us there. And it's nice to see Kenny grab another one. Because, like, what is he doing? Just let the ball run out of play. Why are you keeping that in there? And then putting your goalkeeper in a horrible situation. Good finish from Kenny, though. But, yeah, this guy had, like, 4 finishing. But it was obviously the lower leagues. So you can kind of get away with it a bit more in the lower divisions. Debrecen down to 10 men as well, so that isn't happening. Kijvara holding their own currently, at least, against Barca, but it would probably be... Do I speak? I know, I'm going to jinx it again, chap. I'm going to say Barcelona will score a random winner in the 82nd minute of that game. That feels about right for what we're used to expecting from these games. But if Kijvara were to take an extra point there, it would be a nice little step towards it. That would be taking them to 5 points, and I think that would be both their really tough games done as well. And go on, Mihail. Oh, he's dribbling through people like they're not even there. Works best. I don't know, actually. I've not used really a proper 2-striker system this entire save. Student finance debt. Oh, my. 80 grand. My God. I can tell. That immediately tells me when you went to uni, because my uni debt is like 20. I don't know if I should have paid back into that at all at this point. Because one time, Mason, I'm not going to jinx it. You never know. One of these days, I'm not going to jinx it. But I suspected it probably isn't going to be today. In 2018. Oh my... Yeah. Bear in mind, I left university in 2011. 2010. One of those. Plus, that means I started uni in 2009. Baz Durin is through, and that might be offside. Nope, it's another one. Durin scores yet another goal. I'm telling you, 50 goals is definitely on the cards for Blaz this season. That takes him to 20, and there's still 2/3 of the season to go. And also presumably some wacky-ass cup matches, although an injury to Kijvara there is less than ideal. And there's the goal for Barcelona that we expected to happen. Legendary. Exactly what we needed. Rotate those guys. Get Kenny off for Kevin. Kevin hasn't had as much football as I would like this season, actually. I'll save that one more sub just in case. Yeah, it's not ideal. In full. I don't think anyone's done that, right? Ever. Looks like Haladash took themselves a draw. Which... I think they were playing someone quite decent, weren't they? Point being, we've won again, and I think we're now in a good spot to go win out. In theory, anyway. It's just taking a long time to save. It always scares me when he does that. So there's actually still several teams on, like, completely 100%. Only a 1-0 defeat with a 40th minute red card is fairly impressive. 1-0 defeat for Kijvara is disappointing. Haladash drawing 1-1 against Bayern Munich, though. I'm telling you, they're in with a chance at actually getting somewhere this season if they're taking draws against Bayern, who admittedly are actually below them, but still, I think they're in with a shout at actually qualifying top 8 this time. El Sandwich, thank you very much for the follow. 2 assists for Kenny in that game as well. Is he the top assister? Yep, 11 assists. But Raposa with 7 assists and 4 goals is decent. Blaz with 20 goals is just on a different wavelength to everybody else. Yeah, United beating Legia 7-1 I suppose isn't too surprising. Legia probably the weakest team in the Champions League this season. Oh, thank you, Salvo. That's really kind of you, man. Welcome in. I'm glad people are enjoying it. Let me just have a little look, see if it's progressing onwards and upwards where it was before. Oh, God, it's actually still doing pretty well, to be honest. Yeah, it's climbing. That is a climbing, which is nice. Yeah, Urza's top scorer as well. Actually, weirdly, the worst team in the Champions League at the moment is actually Real Betis, which makes that result Haladash got look a little bit worse than it was. Enough to pay it. You never know. You could work for the UN Inferno, I say. Yeah, having them being crap is even better for us. You're right. French Farish away at Slovan Bratislava. Honvéd away at Sparta Prague. Not easy, and both away from home. I reckon I want 4 points from those games. And Giamot hosting Hammarby. I reckon 5 points. I'd settle for 5 points from those games. We kind of need a good day, considering the results in the Champions League weren't quite up to snuff. But there's always going to be match days like that where they all just get tough games. And that random point for Haladash is good news. Okay. They're both towards the bottom, aren't they? Okay, 4 points there. Ferencváros with a smashing victory. And Giamot with a 3-0 win. 7 points.
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
Giamot are 3 for 3. They're top of the Conference League. Now, bear in mind, if you win the Conference League group, you do get bonus points. Currently, we're actually sitting second, Bota. But we're getting there. We're feeling it now. Not even. Thank you for the follow. Oh, look at that, though. Giamot, and we've never had a team, actually, I don't think, get the bonus points for this. So they would get bonus points if they won, if they came top. And in the Europa League, I mean, Ferencváros 8th, Honvéd 7th. They're both looking like top 8 sides in the Europa League as well. Lovely scenes. Yeah, winning the Conference League is a stretch. And having the Spanish side struggling too, what does that do for us coefficient-wise? 7.8 on the year. So we're still trailing England because we just always will be. But we're sitting in second on the year right now. Italy having a nice time. We're putting up some good numbers again, which is key. We're still ahead of Spain on the year as well, which is really important. Next year's going to be tough, though, as we lose the 25.9 season. But I want to start seeing if we can get towards those with the amount of teams we currently have. And I'm telling you, if we get 6 teams through, which, I mean, it's very likely that we're going to have at least 5 teams through. The only one I'm still unsure of at the moment is Kizvada. They're currently 23rd, right on that bubble. So, we'll see. What games have they got left? Inter, Galatasaray away, Atletico and Dortmund. Those are not easy games, you know. They're going to have to beat Galatasaray, I think. Mbappe's in Liverpool. What, in this save? He must be in his 40s by now. I do wonder how many more Europa Conference League finals we're going to have a team get to before they actually win one. In fact, do you reckon we'll ever have a team win a Conference League in this save? Particularly as we only get one team in it per season now. It'd be so weird if we didn't have a single winner. In real life, I can't see it happening. I mean, maybe it is happening, but I just don't see why Liverpool would do that. Particularly as he's going to Real Madrid next season. That pretty much is in the nut. That's going to happen, isn't it? So, unless he's going to go to Liverpool on loan for a year, I just don't see it. I believe in Giamot. They're certainly a good side. Like, they were in the Champions League last year. They got to the knockouts. They had a little bit of unfortunateness in the league after Christmas, and that's why they came where they did. I think they're a better side than the competition they're in. Loaded with a big fee. I don't know. And I can't see that happening either, because, as you say, PSG would want an enormous loan fee to make that happen. And the wages. Yeah, just think of the wages he's on. That would entirely shatter their wage structure, and I don't think they're really in a position to want to do that, are they? Rotate that around. Switch it in a little bit. Keep Duran going. The last thing we need is an injury for him, but having a laugh. Yeah, that'll be about right. It's always fun when, like, the chairman of clubs have to come out and just be like, no, not happening. Tony Khan does it all the time. Particularly that one when TalkSport reported that West Ham was signing Polina for a 40 million release fee or something. And Tony Khan was just like, there is no release fee. It's just like basic journalistic tip. Bay Hudson, how are you, my man? 27 months as well. How's life treating
everyone?
You? Ahoy, hoy, indeed. How are you, friend? Blaz with another goal. Puts Medjugorje in the ground a little bit. Újpest lose again. They are not in the relegation zone, remarkably, but they... Also, Molfehovar have been underratedly shit this season. Have they ever been relegated in this save? No. They're going to be. They're finally taking the relegation. Which is weird, considering they have an absolutely stunningly good goalkeeper. He's just not able to prevent much from them, it would seem. I swear Molfehovar are the ones that have got that ridiculous keeper from us. In fact, I think I just saw him there. Maybe not. Oh, they've also got Pavoni. Yeah, this guy. This is their keeper. He's insane. But they also have Joaquin Silva. I think when some of these guys start to really develop, they could probably yeet themselves back up again, but... Also through what I know. But it's lovely to have you back, my friend. We've missed your memes around these parts. Just to catch you up, if you've not been watching the VODs or anything, we're number 2 and smashing it, frankly. Yesterday was the first time in German football history where 3 brothers played in the same pitch at the same time. No way. That's the... Oh, Kanyada's turned professional. To the Devilist with you. Although, I'm quite enjoying the fact that he's actually getting league games. Do you have any concerns? Wait, hang on. You've got... No, you have 4 years on your contract, buddy. You're going nowhere. I'm glad you had that extension clause because it's really helped me out here. He's still on like 11 grand a week while being probably the best right back in the league. Another injury. God, why can't there be more funny injuries, damn it? Big win for Budapest Hungary, actually. Another point for... They're sort of back in the contention now. Basically, these 7 sides, as long as they're in the top 7, I'm fine with that. Budapest are going nowhere. Morphev are going down. First is possible. Oh, it's definitely possible because someone from chat actually has done it with this exact save. It's just a question of you just need luck, really, to happen. You need England to be off occasionally. You need certain players to want to make the loan moves at the right time. It can be very, very difficult, but it is possible. We're actually not that far behind England, really, but it just takes... It's just so very difficult. Okay. Right, we get that sorted. Right, I'm going to have a quick pee break here, and then we're going to come back with the last 2 Champions League matches. So, yes, don't worry, I've got yourself a whiz quiz. It's all going to be good. I'm going to have a quick wee and come back with, hopefully, some lemon Fanta. Back in a sec, friends. So the answer was Per Pedersen. Ah. But luckily, Lemon Fanta is here to save the day. I believe this guy played for Blackburn, but he isn't Morten Gamst Pedersen. I thought that might throw some people. Oh. That is refreshing on a day like today, my friends, I must say. Right. Hammer down. Let's do this. Little international break. No problems. Never heard of it. Neither had I, if I'm honest. I think he was more in the 90s. Good quality sound. This microphone does be doing good when you put it right next to the microphone. Durin's just 1 goal 50. Chat, that is mental. Oh my god. But first, Karabag. No, never mind. Got excited that. But first, Durin's just 1 goal 50 at 26 technically now. That's mad. He's gone from being sort of nowhere to winning the Ballon d'Or and goal 50 in the same season. I'm telling you, this guy is world class. I think he's probably going to be our top striker for the rest of this save. I can't see how anyone can go past him there. Boyer with 3rd spot there as well. Any other players on it? Obviously, we do have some more. In fact, who else we got? Baumeister at 17. Velasquez at 21. Yamin at 28 now. Patrice at 39. And Omar Ben Salah, a loanee, is on the list. Is he facing the game because he's playing like, well, that's a good point, isn't it? I don't think he is, you know. Oh, please don't be a face in the game. I will be so annoyed if he's a face in the game. Oh, what am I doing? Hang on. I'm fairly certain he's not. No, in fact, there isn't a single Croatian face in the game. Wow. Well, not currently. Out of the 700 that we've got. So no, he's not facing the game, which makes this so much more exciting. There is a Kane Fuller. Oh, of course there is. There's always a Kane Fuller love. He's the one that we nearly signed. Ty Con is a fun name. Canadian here, brand new. Particularly, hang on, let me just see if there's any really young regens that are facing the games. The chances of one of these guys being an absolute worldie is fairly high. Wait, is that guy from Leggy? Oh, it's a different guy from Leggy. The chances of one of these guys being a decent player is fairly strong. So let's just sign them all. Not sign them all, scout them all. Underrated scouting method, that, I suppose, isn't it? It's a shame, but there's bound to be a couple of good ones in there. Ibrahim Kondi. He's quite cheap as well, actually. I wonder if he'd sign for us. Okay, maybe not. I'll just keep sending these guys around at the moment. We can deal with these when we've got a bit more time. Oh, God's sake. Well, that does look... It looks like most of them aren't actually going to be that good, but still. Dr. Congo faces. Ooh, I think they're probably... We'll find out a lot more about that when we see next week's video, because that's all about Dr. Congo. But I don't think there are. God, the amount... English... It must be really bad if you're doing an England save when just the entire fucking league is just it. What shortlist? As in the face in the game thing. You just type in face in the game and it brings up the list of any face in the game players, basically. But because they have a higher chance, seemingly, of being much better than an average player, it's kind of a cheaty scouting system you can use. And I don't really like that, honestly. I wouldn't care so much if they clearly weren't... I know, as much as they might say that they are the same as all regions, which I think is the case, the amount of times I've seen Kane Fullerlove be a world-class talent leads me to believe otherwise. In every save I've done, including random tests I've done, I've looked up Kane Fullerlove, and he's been present in all of them, and in every single one of them, he's been at least an international level player. That's just, what are the odds of that if there isn't something fishy about them? Oh, thank you, True Patch. I'm glad. People seem to be liking it so far, which is really, really nice. Have him on loan. There you go. There you go. What's he like in your save, Con? It's... Now, everybody, if you've got FM open right now, look up Kane Fullerlove in your save. Because he's the most egregious... Actually, he's not the most egregious example. There's another one as well. But this is the one. The other one to look up is... No, wait, I think he might have retired. It's Erwin Betrancourt, but we don't speak of him. I know, Holly's regen's track. Mike's regen's solid. Kumar Lee as well, yeah. I think it is Erwin, yeah. Oh, it's Erwin, right, yes. Yeah, sorry, you're right. It's Erwin. I think he might have retired in my save, actually. Neil Brock comes up quite a lot too, yeah. Starting striker for England. There you go. I have no idea who Kane Fullerlove is, but my goodness, I want to know what dirt he's got on the developers. Like, who has he caught shagging someone they shouldn't be? Viking FC Alice Springs in Australia. Well, there you go. Finally a non-excellent one, which is something. Zlatko Savric. Ah, was Zlatko a face in the game? Please don't ruin his legacy for me too. Ah, no Zlatkos. Relegation spots increased to 20-30% of the league. I haven't, and the main reason I haven't is because that video actually kind of already exists. Luke and Tom have done videos with almost that exact same concept where half the league is relegated in each season, so I wouldn't want to make content that's too similar to someone else's. One of the things I always do before I make these videos is I'll look through my colleagues' channels and to make sure that I'm not doing something that's too close to one of their videos, because I feel like that's important, you know. Isn't as good as it leads, but the fact that he's still like point being, if they weren't that good, they should be like randomly non-league players just as often. You fucking hate each other. It's not true. That is simply not true. I mean, I personally don't. Maybe they hate me. Who knows? Oh, thank you, True Patch. Yeah. No, I like to make sure that I'm not stepping on people's toes, right? Because that's important for me. So I always have a look through before I record a video to make sure. Because I don't want to put out the same video that someone else has already done as well, because I'm not really adding anything, right? It's one of the rules I made myself this year when I was going to do this type of content, was I want to make sure I'm adding something new to the space, if you like, in terms of the content, right? True Batch, thank you for the 8 months as well. That's very kind of you, man. Billion in debt. Well, actually, I have got an idea for a video which I've been working on the database for a while, where basically I'd ruin the entire economy of English football, which is along those lines, basically. Pie Daddy got capped? Of course he bloody did. Good lord. He's getting caps for Portugal in the 2nd tier. What's with you and Jack both having dysentery? I must admit, actually, when I saw Jack last month, I was just like, damn, dude's looking good. It's really awesome to see. Good. Oh, yeah, Hoyen Hall, yeah. Yeah, that's something we do. I was looking at that as an idea, actually, Hadrian, where we reverse the TV money so that the teams in the lower leagues get more money than the teams at the top, and see if how that affects the economy of English football. That's something I'm definitely like. I've got a huge list of videos I want to try. So much stuff. I'm certainly not light on ideas at the moment, which is really fun. Randomize it? I don't think you can do that, no. Punching by the weight countries is... There's something else I had an idea for, and I've actually forgotten. Fans as players and said, oh yeah, when he did, was it Regen Rovers was Paul's? I miss Paul. Just in general. I think literally what it came down to is I just got sick of feeling the way I did in terms of health-wise, and at the start of the year I was like, right, fuck it, I've had enough of this. So yesterday when I was out running, incredibly, I ran into someone, a friend of mine who I hadn't seen since before Christmas. Just random. She was driving back from her mum's place, and I just happened to be running sort of nearby, even though I'd never ran there before. And she didn't I'm amazed she actually recognised me at the time, particularly as I look like a big sweaty mess. Like, just leave that homeless man alone, man. Whiplash DM, thank you very much for the follow. She was also a hairdresser. No, anthropologist. I only know hairdressers. I feel good. I feel well. I haven't really lost much weight over the last month. I've been kind of trying to eat a little bit more with the training and stuff to make sure that I'm fully fueled going into the half marathon next week, because that is going to be tasty. And after that, I'll try and lose a bit more weight again. I should be down to the goal weight round by the end of the year, though. But it's nice. My clothes fit better, and I just feel better in general. Yeah, it's hard-coded, Lolo. Honestly, like, my best ever half marathon is 2 hours 25 when I did that in 2019 with Foxy in rugby. And I think if I can go faster than that, then I'll be really happy. I have smart friends. Went to Cambridge. Don't know. I didn't go to Cambridge. Yeah, I do have smart friends. I'm just not one of them. Like, I have a lot of smart friends. I know a lot of people with like PhDs. I'm just not one of them. A friend of mine's doing like robotics shit in Switzerland. He's got like a postdoc. He's ludicrously intelligent. I'm just not. I'm the dumb one. Sorry. Yeah, I'm the stupid one of this bunch. Sonny bruised ankle. A red brick university had a red brick in it somewhere. I didn't. Wrong letters in front of your HD, yeah. Mine's just got really good like screen signal. That's all it is. Not as good as... No, this is very true. Not as good at FM. Well, I mean, for all like... They probably could be if they turn their attention to it, right? It's all just spreadsheets, isn't it? In the background. Oh. Okay. Oh, by the way, good news, everyone. Lorival, that guy we've been looking at for ages that we thought maybe it was a bit expensive to try and sign him for £20 million, is exploring his options and is likely going to be available for free next season. So I think we can all agree that signing Lorival on a free transfer from Brazil would probably behoove us. So we're going to keep an eye on him until his contract expires at the end of next year, and then we'll pick him up on a free transfer. He'll be like 27 by then, but come on, the value. I suppose not PhDs. Yeah, exactly. It's me, and that's fine. I don't need to add a note because he's on my shortlist, which means that when he's available to be offered a contract, it'll just tell me, which is really cool. Oh yeah, of course, because this is Richard Tipple. There you go. Facing the game, Man United, Richard Tipple, bang. 5-star potential. Third striker. No, I wouldn't play him as a striker. I'd probably play him behind. I mean, he could play both, honestly. Regardless, he's definitely worth it. See if there's any more in there, actually, of that latest bunch. I think most of them... Joseph Bull of Rangers. A lot of these new guys that we definitely weren't just scouting. Some of them we were. I'll just keep scouting these guys. I want to see what some of these other face in the game players look like. Jeremy Clarkson is my daddy. But is he the best daddy in the world? Thank you very much for the follow, though. I appreciate that. Oh, Diaz search. No, I didn't, actually. My bad. Danilo... Spelled appallingly, apparently. Danilo... What is this? What am I doing? There we go. Why is there a dash in it, Matt? Like, as if that's... I need a new keyboard or new hands, at least. No Danilo Diaz. Sadly. Or Danny Death. So Torkelton's now eligible for professionality, so that will be a nice January loan for him. Larnicus, what a Cypriot wonder kid. Best Cypriot player I think I've ever had was that one I randomly had on my Chelsea beta save a few years ago. It was called Makis Piaggi, I think he was absurdly good. Oh. Not producing any results. That's not true. You're lovely. Right, Applewell. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Book club lately. So yesterday I just finished another... Well, like this is... I know I haven't updated the book club lately. It's just because I've been reading books that I just didn't think anyone would be that interested in, honestly. It's not highbrow literature. My last couple of books were a rom-com book, followed by a book about the Colorado Avalanche's Stanley Cup run in 2022. And then the last book I just read was another Vari McFarlane romance novel, so, which I thoroughly enjoyed, but I didn't know if it was worth sharing with the group, you know? And the next book I've just started reading as of this morning, actually, is a book called The Art of Racing in the Rain, which is... the movie is fantastic. That's frustrating as fuck. And so I decided to read the book. It's about a dog, if that helps. Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging is an actually completely respectably fine film. I remember once watching a pirate copy of it. I don't know. Sometimes, but it's like I started the year reading like fantasy novels and all this sort of stuff, and now I'm just back to reading my rom-com literature again. You also have a cat. There you go. The Rivalry of the Draw. I really hope there is, because I want to read more hockey books. Avs fan. No, I'm an Avs fan. That's why I was written. Bill found the book and recommended it to me, so I gave it a go, and it was fantastic. Like I remember staying up watching the Stanley Cup Finals 2022. I was so tired the next day. It was ridiculous. And then I had to drive to Birmingham after stream. Way of Kings after... yeah, I finished Way of Kings, but I'm now, like, I say reading. I haven't really read any of the second one for a while lately, honestly. Shittiest NHL team? To be fair, in the NHL, there's not really... Because of the way that American sports work, it goes in cycles. So at one point, the Pittsburgh Penguins were like an absolute joke of a team, but then they got Sidney Crosby and have became a dynasty. Small market team. So basically, when it came to hockey, I'd always, for some reason, just as a child, this is like going back 20 years, really liked Colorado as a place because I just thought it was a place with like snow and mountains because, again, I was a child. And I then started just like, I can't remember how I actually got into ice hockey. I think it was just I was bought an NHL game as a kid. And then I was just drawn immediately to Colorado because of those reasons combined with it. And so then I just started watching the Avs, basically. PK, thank you for the follow. And that's how it came about randomly. Like this was during the era of like Joe Sakic and Peter Forsberg and fucking Milan Hajduk and Alex Tanguay. That era of the Avs. Coyotes, yeah, with their stadium that is like a college stadium, isn't it? Arizona's not in a great... But I remember at one point Columbus were also considered kind of dodgy as well. It's not quite like a Detroit Lions situation at one point, but quite underfunded, I suppose. Right. Craig Laycock. That name does ring a bell. And almost certainly would have come up in various searches for the word cock in the past. Oh, there he is. Yep. This man's shown up in every single cock search we've done in the last 10 years, I suspect. They hosted them... Exactly. That's how it works, right? But like, I always find it a struggle to follow hockey a lot of the time, just because I can never watch the games because of the time differences. But one thing I've been starting doing over this summer is listening to an Avalanche podcast called the DNVR, and that's really helping me stay more central with things and actually understanding what's going on a lot of the time. So that's actually really helpful. I didn't realize that would be so important to me, but it has been really, really fun. Particularly as they do like 5 episodes a week, which is a lot. But I just speed it up and whack it on my run. Still can't get fans. I think it's just because if you think of like Phoenix, it's not a city that you would associate with cold sports, given the temperature there is like 30 plus almost the entire year round, right? The Whalers were so it was the Hartford Whalers. I don't know who they became actually. I don't know where they moved to actually. Was that? No, I can't remember. That was before I started watching hockey. The Hartford weren't a hockey. Was it? Oh, they became the Hurricanes. Went on tour with Bob Marley. I knew it. Bit of that. Van Damme. Bit of that. I don't know who that man is, but he's apparently a 1-star player. Hello, Benjamin. You'll do. I think we might lose this one too, you know. Yeah, the Avs were Nordiques. Because sometimes we wear like some of our like throwback jerseys. Just kind of pay homage to that. So like, I suppose, like, yeah, Golden Knights as an expansion team they won the Stanley Cup, and obviously Tampa built themselves a dynasty as well. Oh, good win for us there. So I think big moves as well, actually. I was listening to the podcast the other day, and they were talking about the changes in women's hockey in the States, North America specifically, and how they've finally kind of reached a point where there was too many, like, competing leagues. And now they've all merged, so it's kind of like short-term pain for long-term gain, and it's hopefully going to revolutionise the women's game in the States, which would be cool as well. They just need some of the big clubs to start maybe taking an interest in it as well. Yeah, US teams moving is... The only, like, reference point we kind of have for that in the UK is Wimbledon, right? Wimbledon and the MK Dons. It's the only example of that I can even think of in, like... in the UK. Well, because they've got nothing... Didn't they have an AHL team that also moved? Like, in terms of the Whalers brand. Yeah, we didn't really like it. Maybe that's just because no one likes Milkies. No, if there's another... If the Avs end up on another one of the NHL Europe tours, I will find a way to go. Because it's not like it's going to be in the UK, is it? It'll be Scandinavia or something, and I'm totally down for going. Pog's already promised me that if the Avs come on another European sojourn, then we can go. Same promise has also been made if there's ever a NASCAR race in Europe. Texie, buddy, like, come on. Like, we love you, but you're not here as you're here as a mascot, essentially. To Charlotte as well. Oh, there you go. They'll go Swindon. I'd totally go to Swindon to watch the Avs. Marilyn Lemieux. Yeah, but there was a period, I believe, post Lemieux, pre-Crosby, where the Pens were basically sandbagging like, oh, God. So I rested Blaz to avoid him getting injured before the Dortmund game, and now he's out for... Great. Tex-Mex cost nothing. He came back on a free. His contract was up with Man United, so he just joined us on a free transfer. We're not signing you. Cool. Some of these guys look pretty decent. No ovals. No, I mean, if they came to Europe, they just race on a road course. There's like 7 road course tracks on the NASCAR schedule these days. But with the success of the street race and how Garage 53 or whatever it was did at Le Mans, they're definitely making discussions. They're probably doing a race in Montreal next year. And yeah, I'd love to see if they came to Europe. Just as a one-off day. I go to wherever it was. Oh, Leon. Leon C. I hate the fact that the Malagasy dude has now become French, though. That is an absolute disrespect to the great country of Madagascar. I'd love to see NASCAR at Spa. Imagine that. What the fuck's a kilometre? It'd be great. Oaken go to... Oh, really? They're moving the team. Yeah, Leon are having a great time. To be fair, they've got an insane one. Middle East. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, they have broadcast partners with Al Jazeera. One of the streams I watch is often is an Al Jazeera one. When the Fox broadcast or the NBC one crashes. Right. Kishvada Inter. Haladash Club Brugge must win. And the Debrecen Young Boys. Maybe. Someone's going in that castle. And it's definitely Ross Chastain. I remember the Atlanta Thrashers. I'm glad the Jets are back. I remember the Atlanta Thrashers back in the day when they had... Was it Ilya Kovalchuk was like their star man? Right, looks like we're not doing... Wait, surely Sem is starting this game. Dala at right back? Oh, Teixeira's injured, isn't he? Those were the days. Ice hockey. Yeah, it's really hard to find good ice hockey books. This is the thing. I'd never even heard of that Avs book until Bill showed me. Right, okay. Let's go. Is the weather for the race this afternoon looking alright, or are they going to have to delay the damn thing again? Just in classic Spa style. Because I don't want to miss the first couple of laps, because that's where, well, things are going to happen.
Do you know if there's
Leafs winning a cup? As far as I'm concerned, that's never happened, does it?
They are building it now.
Me drink bleach yummy. Thank you very much for the follow. Just as a PSA, don't do that. That's true. Spa has its own microclimate. Looks dry for now. Could change in a moment.
Do you know if there's a train coming?
Jay Bastian, thank you for the follow.
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Well, I'm not opposed to a little bit of weather. Crofty with the whole microclimate. It's probably because I remember hearing Crofty say that yesterday during the sprint race. Not see Max all race then. I know. I've got to at least see him overtake some people so we can then get back to what we actually care about, which is every fucking one else. I'm still not sure what I'm really expecting from it. Favorite player? Oh, favorite Fulham player growing up? Probably Brian McBride. I just had a real soft spot for Big McBride. Now that Joe Bryan's gone, probably Joao Polina. I mean, he's hard not to like. Kenny's in. It's a tight angle. He won't shoot from there, surely. Tons of bodies, though. Oh, go on, Yamin. Oh, it's in off the post. Harold Ballard, if you're interested. Okay. That sounds cool. Yeah, I'm always up for book recommendations like that. I feel like often, when you're growing up as a supporter of a club, the favourite player that you would... is usually not like the most fabulous player at the club. It's usually like a cult hero. The loyal servant Mitrovic. Well, we'll see about that. I've always liked those cult hero players. Everyone's like, yeah, I don't know. They win you over as young boys are beating Debrecen. The one that really matters is the Kishvada Inter game. If they can pull off a result there, it could happen. Kenny's, I have a lot of love for Tom Kearney, just because he's the service he's put in. The fact that he was willing to take that role last season of being less used. Van der Sar was great as well. And it's 1-0. Bohats with a huge goal for Kishvada. If they beat Inter, that might be the win that puts them through, potentially. The next, Breda Hangland. Breda Hangland as well is another particular favourite of mine. Hangland was superb. Damien Duff was really good for us as well. Yeah, that's a good point. I like to think that every footballer like that has someone that they are someone's favourite player, presumably. Javier Manquillo is their favourite player, maybe. Dempsey was great as well. I kind of lost with Dempsey the way he left and then came back and was a bit shit. I don't know. That kind of tarnished the legacy a little bit there. But Brian McBride was just... Oh, him and Carlos Bocanegra, those are the days. Danny Murphy was decent at Fulham. Obviously, he scored the winning penalty in the game that kept us in the Premier League, so he'll always be loved for that. Zoltan Gira, actually. A lot of love for Zoltan Gira, too. Just because he was just such a fun player to have on your team. Yeah, John Onorisa, for example, I could never, because of his time at Fulham, was the exact opposite, basically. Fulham have had a lot of Americans. Like, we have a sort of abnormally large American fan base for the club of our size because of that. I think we've always had an American in our team since we've been a Premier League side. Like, there's been a lot of Americans that play for Fulham. Like Eddie Johnson, Carlos Bocanegra, Tim Ream, Anthony Robinson, Casey Keller was here on loan at one point, I believe. Like, down the stripe, thank you so much for the prime. We're having a lovely Sundat. And the day is a blessing to you. And it's 1-0 to Halalash. They move back into the top 7. Dempsey, of course. Technically, Breda Hangland was born in Texas, if that helps. Doesn't help him be a better player. He's already a fantastic player, but I'm just praying that result stands. Sem's been fine today. I think he's no Blaz. Oh, Yamin's dead on his feet. I might actually put Pretzel in, sorry, Teixeira, because he actually can do the job. And Sogos has actually had a remarkably alright game. I might bring in Carpenu. That'll do. Blue Dress. Does everyone remember Wagner Love as well? Best Premier League player of all time. Fucking hell. Moussa Dembele, maybe? Belgian Moussa Dembele. Before he went to Spurs. He was one of those players that you went, how the hell is this guy playing for Fulham? He was an absolute Rolls Royce of a player. Oh, do you mean Wagner Love? Oh, that's kind of mad. Yeah, for some reason, you saying Joe reminded me of Wagner Love. Sahar? Yeah, possibly. But for me, there's something about... Moussa Dembele is just one of the best... Oh, Tomasz Radzinski. I love that man. Van der Sar was obviously fantastic, and it's kind of mad that he was at Fulham as well. I'm thinking of the Belgian Moussa Dembele who eventually signed for Spurs from Fulham. Berbatov, great. He was a great player, but I feel like he was here at the end of his career and was having a lovely time, and it wasn't really great in our relegation season. But I feel like Dembele was here in his rise, and I think that's what I mean in terms of the best player. Although, like, Berbatov's touch obviously was just lethal. Dilly, thank you very much for the follow. How many seasons? We are in season 22 currently. I think season 22. It's either 22 or 23. I actually lost count. I mean, Dempsey obviously will always be remembered for the chip. There's just no way. Yep, Moussa Dembele, obviously, the former Celtic and I believe Marseille striker as well, also formerly of Fulham. He was fantastic, but he never really played for Fulham that much. I remember watching him in the FA Youth Cup. Back when, yeah, George Best played for Fulham, but that wasn't in the Premier League. For a bit of a yo-yo club, I think the idea that Fulham are like long-term or a yo-yo club is absolutely ridiculous. Like, we had a spell of 3 seasons of yo-yoing, but we were also, the previous time we were in the Premier League, we were there for 13 years. So, yeah. I think 2 relegations short-term makes them a yo-yo club, but overall it doesn't make them a yo-yo club in any way. Who's the Hungarian? Oh, it's also Angira. We also had Gabor Kirai in the second tier briefly. Yeah, Silvan Legwinski was a fun one. During that era with, like, the wardrobe and people like that. Oh, Papa Bouba Diop is another one. Moritz Volz. Moritz Volz is German. Loved Moritz Volz as well. Yeah, good old Tracky, but he was trash for us, to be fair. He was rubbish. Great at Palace, terrible at Fulham. Right, that's another win. We're 5 for 5. I don't know if anyone's keeping up with us. Yeah, he was the joggers keeper. Andre Schürrle, probably one of the worst players I've ever seen play for Fulham. That man did not want to play football anymore. As was shown from how quickly he retired after that. Kishvala with a massive win. Halalash with another win as well. Debrecen lost 3-1 to Young Boys. They're done. Debrecen are done and are a massive disappointment, as we figured. But on the plus side, Kishvala being on 7 points at this stage means they are so close to being... Also, particularly as the gap is to 4 points. Sidwell was good too. Sidwell actually scored one of the most underrated goals for Fulham ever, because he actually scored an absolutely bloody fantastic volley in the same game that Kasami scored that worldie. Yeah, Van der Sar came when we had Al Fayed as the owner. Our trophy cabinet. It's a shame there isn't like a screen that you can see that specifically, or can you? I suppose it's better to show it on overview, isn't it? That game was just pure beltery, yeah. Mark Schwartz as well. Yeah, probably one of... He's certainly one of our best Aussie players. The worst one being, of course, Ahmed Elrich. What rank? Number 2. Close to signing, wish you'd sign. I don't know, because I've just forgotten most of them, because I tend not to remember people who nearly signed for us. It's all more about like people who did. Klaus Jensen. We had Nicholas Jensen as well. Kenny Dukar. God, yeah. Those were the days. You mean the good doctor? Full player watch of all time. I have a real soft spot for some of the mad shit that Dennis Adoy used to do. Like that, particularly that time where he did a guy with a back control. He was a fun player to have around the club. More recently, anyway. Kemper, how would he win that when Blas Jurin is already the Ballon d'Or winner? Like, get a grip. Ferenc Varos Hajduk split. Tough, but doable as they're at home. Honved hosting Espanyol. I think a draw is probably likely there. I want 4 points from that. And Giamot are away at CSKA Sofia. I want 7 points. With back control. He did. The ball, it was against Newcastle. First game of the season. Ball's flying over towards him on the wing. He turns around, takes it on his back, pops it past the guy and carries and runs past it. It's brilliant. Where were I? Well, I was watching it at home. On my sofa. Then being very, very upset, but also very happy. The fact that we even gave that little bit of hope with the equaliser from Simon Davies. That is Hajduk. That's true, but this is Ferenc Varos. There's a Newcastle. Oh, yeah, because the thing is, that must have been dreadful because of the media surrounding it. Ferenc Varos with the win. Honved with the win. Go on, make it 3 out of 3. Yes, come on. 3 wins out of 3 for the other Hungarian sides, I'm telling you. Giamot are massive. Top of the Conference League. They're the only team that have won every game so far. In the Europa League, Honved are 5th, Ferenc Varos are 6th. Both looking spectacular. Hungary's got 9.5 points now. Yeah, sorry, I haven't had a chance to settle the Fantasy League yet. Should be real simple because I can just renew our one from last year. God damn. 9.5 points with 1 set of games still left before Christmas. We've still got 3 matches left. We're now gapping Spain by 0.5 points. This is the thing. This is where Spain are really going to struggle. How many loans out? Yes, we have 158 loans out currently. Marseille, they'll have some great... Oh, wow. Oh, no, it's their first team squad. Their second team, hopefully we've got a report coming through tomorrow about that. Which would be nice. Unhappy? He's been playing low. Oh, no, they probably signed all those new guys, didn't they? Negative 98 is our current amount of loans. Cool. Right, so we need to speed the hell up. Because I don't know how many... I think it's 3 matches in between here and there. Yeah, there is. It's fine. I can do this. Here's Marseille's under 19s. Go on, this is going to be stacked. Oh, wow. Actually, surprisingly not stacked for Marseille. Usually we get at least 1 5-star there that we can't afford. Basically, if you have more than 128 players out on loan, the game like buffer / stack / whatever overflows and it starts counting down from a negative number. So that means that we have negative 98. Basically, if you have 158 players out on loan, it will show up as negative 98. Here. I have alerted the devs to this. I have shown them the save file. Yeah, Norway have started implementing some of the new FIFA rules, Dilly, which is one of the things we were worried about in the future of this save, with stuff like that coming in, unfortunately. See what Big Manovic can do through the middle. He's got 20 finishing. It's got to be worth something, right? Yeah, and it does go positive again after you flow the other way. So if you go over 256, it goes back to 1 again. It's the game just didn't expect us to do this. When I actually showed some people, they were just like, "What? Why are you doing this?" Good result there. 2 more assists from Nunez. Kishvada with another victory. Despite the 3 defeats, we actually are... Actually, we're not that far ahead. Christ. Battle droid. Roger. It could work. It could be possible. Right. Boom there. Fitness concern. Well, you'll have a rest for the next game, won't you? Silly Billy. Yeah, I'm just Chelsea plus, chat. Haven't you heard? How are we doing financially? Oh, okay, we're making a loss again. I saw the player for £40 million, but still making a loss this season. Oops. This value's going to... I think it's just because they didn't prepare for anyone to go over that point. It's just probably not something that... It's the sort of thing that I can fully understand why that would never have come up in QA. Let's put it that way. But luckily, I exist, and I'm here to break things. It's what I do. Plus size Chelsea. That's just me in a Chelsea shirt, right? But luckily, Mike's now working QA, and he knows what's up. And by that, I mean he knows that I can send him save files. Then they've watched Oldest Mountain Experience as well. Yeah, they have. I know they have. I don't know if I actually mentioned this, but one of the devs told me that they'd watched. Which is just sick. I say one of the devs. One of the head devs. Which was a nice little piece of... you felt... Yeah, I felt pretty justified in that then. Glad they had a good time with it. Always hated Fulham playing. Not really, no. Coventry always seem to beat us. But luckily we don't have to play them anymore, so it's okay. Ooh. £3 million from Porto. I reckon actually will take the money there because I don't think he's ever going to play for them, and I think it's just going to be a case of him leaving on a free in a few years. Tonight in Washington, yeah. Oh, I don't actually do it, did I? Dev. No, the head dev I'm talking about is Nick Madden. Lovely dude, just the nicest guy. I'm not sure exactly what his job role is. It's but regardless, he's just the nicest dude. Great taste in shirts. Okay. Playing Wolves, especially at Molineux. I think we've done okay against... I mean, the Fulham Wolves at Molineux again last year was not a great game, particularly with the Mitrovic penalty miss. It was just so hot that like the heat there looks ridiculous. Particularly as Wolves had the goddamn flamethrowers out. Did it not do it again? Heck, that's something I would like them to fix. The ability for this to actually work properly. Usually the second time's the charm. There we go. Got it right that time. Oh, God, I remember that. Because that was during... I swear one of those seasons was definitely when Mourinho was back, right? Oh, shit. That was not the correct button. Oh, hang on. I'm going to do it in two little chunks. We've got so many players here. Most of these guys I'll just ignore in a minute as well, but... Because they're all the facing the game guys, we decided to scout for no reason. Oh. Actually, who's your club's like worst team to play against? Senior match producer. There you go. I think he does a lot of the match engine stuff, which is probably why he found the Everest video so good. Or so entertaining, at least. I just think it's kind of mad that the devs that actually watch the content that people like myself and others make. I just find it, like, it's just weird, isn't it? Everybody rocks up on a Saturday. Yeah, Liverpool Palace as well. Palace always seems to... I imagine for Man City it's also Palace, maybe. I don't know. Because I feel like Palace seem to always win at Anfield and the Etihad almost every year. I'm sure they don't, but it just feels like they do. City at Spurs, yeah. I don't think Blas is going to be back for the second one. For the last game. Early birthday spirit, she's brought me the Romanian national team. There you go. I love that. You should just talk about random things and see what she buys you. Yeah, Brentford and City. Yeah, good point, actually. Because didn't they beat them home and away this year? Another injury for us is less than ideal. French Irish lose again. Still maintaining that. Have Malfoy won a game yet? Nope. 15 matches in. One of these days. Thank God it's not a serious injury. Okay, so it's Spartacus, then it's Benfica, and then we're good. The 8-1. Holy shit, I remember that. Because that was on the final day of the season, wasn't it? Or something. Wasn't that when Sven was in charge of City? I seem to remember Sven being in charge in that game. I'm kind of ready for football to start again now. For like league football back. I've had my little break and I was a bit jaded by it, but I think I'm ready for some football again now. I can taste it in the air. I need a little tipple, a little bit of football back. Women's football's been enjoying that World Cup. Some of the games I've been able to watch, but I need some Fulham back. No. David James was subbed in as a striker against Middlesbrough at the well, at the time was the City of Manchester. That was when they were both battling out for UEFA Cup qualification. This was a different game, I think, because when David James went up front, that was when Stuart Pearce was in charge. I think it was back during those seasons when there was one season where City barely scored any goals at home. Hamburg. Do you know I wasn't? I wasn't. I'm not, unfortunately, a Zweite Bundesliga ultra. Just want men's game. I just want club football. Zimmer with a big win. We're still only 2 points clear. But I suppose that's what happens when you lose 3 random games. And we might be able to make that 4 because I think we can get through Spartacus, right? They've not really got any players at all. Let's go. Okay. Oh, God. Clates with the raid. Right at the very end. Welcome in, everybody. We were just discussing who your team's like most annoying bogey opponent team is. So, for example, as a Fulham fan, I hate playing Coventry because they just always seem to beat us every single time. As an example. Welcome in, everybody, though, Clates. Thank you very much for the raid. Alan, thank you for the follow. Hope stream was good. How's things with Worcester? Burnley, I see. I need context for that, though. That's the thing. Burnley, because how Ferrari will ruin their strategy today. I mean, they've got plenty of options. Burnley's everybody's bogey team.
Do you know if there's a train?
I can't remember. The last time we played, there was that one. Sure. Actually, yeah, Fulham once lost at Turf Moor 2-1, where Burnley had 1 shot on target. I don't think I've beaten Elche. I don't think I've ever played against Elche. I must have done with one of my... To be fair, I have a shit time in Spain as well, if that helps. Weller AFC, thank you very much for the follow. Whoever Kevin Phillips play. Oh, a player. You got a bogey player. Fair one. Wait, this is rotation, isn't it? This is everyone we play. Whoever comes up on the bus. Van Damme's going to have to take a rest here, isn't he? Because we need... Christ, who have we even got? I guess we could play Schusterreiter. That makes sense, right? We can do that. What do you mean, Debielowicz? The race hasn't even started yet. How could you possibly know that he's going to win? It's almost like FM. It feels like F1's scripted. But the script writers are really boring. It'll never happen. Brighton, yeah. Oh, yeah. Brighton kind of are like that for Liverpool now. We were thinking about how like Palace always used to seem to win at Anfield and at the Etihad. Oh, is Canada available? I think Canada might be... No, he should be there somewhere, right? I'll put him in instead of Rodriguez, because I don't even know who Rodriguez is. Where's Canada? Ah, no, he's injured. Never mind. He's inevitable. Literally, yeah. Right, that'll do. Sim that, and we can get to the final game. Boom. Oh, no. Who's got a number? Oh, Holly. Holly's going to be on the bench. Okay. That's how low we've gone in terms of quality, that the Holly who we signed from Canvey Island because of the memes is on the bench here. Just come on and score the winner. Nailed it. Guaranteed. Sunderland away. I can't remember the last time Fulham played Sunderland. Actually, no, I'll tell you what. It was in the FA Cup literally last season and we damn near lost to them when they brought like a schoolboy off the bench and he scored an offside goal. Which was offside, but goddamn. It would have been cool if he'd scored. For him, anyway. Not for us. We had we had bigger things to fry, like getting further into the FA Cup, only to have an absolute meltdown. Which definitely didn't embarrass me massively. I don't think I've ever come away from a football match feeling genuinely embarrassed and ashamed. And that was that. I was like, what's on national TV? Can we not? FM bogey team. I think I have some. I'm trying to think who the FM bogey team in this save would be. Feels like lately it's been anyone we're playing. Spurs go on the proper choice. What's the universe? Mystery. I like the fact that it's now canon that Breezy's first name is Mystery. I'm here for that. Oh. Why specifically the Papa John's, or is that the only competition that you can stomach playing him in? We probably should give her actual name, yeah. Exactly. Either that or Glacius has forgotten. Oh, youth intake pre... No way! No way. Sorry, I realise if you just joined this won't matter to you. We've not had a youth intake there was anything other than half star for a decade. Oh my god. Because I know it's going to be shit, but imagine if we actually got a good youth intake, a genuinely good youth intake. Now, I will say, though, despite us getting the half-star youth intake last year, we did actually get this guy in it. So let it be known that technically, you can still get good... No, he's 4 stars again! Oh, for fuck's sake. He was 5 stars, now he's 4 stars again. Point being, he's still on the right player. Oh. Adam Fayez, yeah. Yeah, the striker will be dreadful. He'll be a striker that's probably got like really high PA, but he'll have some of those lovely things that FM likes to throw up where he has like 2 composure or something. And like 3 pace. And there's just nothing we can do with him. Just do a bit of that. Oh, a striker CM. Basically, it'll be the next Eric Sandberg, you mean? Hungarian Holland, I very much doubt it. But if he is actually genuinely good, then I will hold my hands up and be like, yes, finally, an actual player. Trust the stars. I think a lot of it, you have to trust your own gut a lot of the time. You have to be able to... I look at attributes more than ever, generally speaking. Although it's harder with younger players because they're not going to have good attributes yet. The ones that you kind of get a better idea are the ones that already have good attributes. Then you're like, okay, there's clearly something here. Hello, Pass Pro. Thank you for the 18 months.
But then I turned on Twitch TV, and that's about the time she walked away from me. Nobody like you when you're 33. What the hell is that? My friends say I should act my age. What's my age again? Hello, Matto. Can I get some hhhh.triple-h.bbbbbb.b's in chat? Still enjoy your content like last year and the year before. Thank you for your streams, your videos, and for overall being one of the okayest human beings as well as a Harold Bishop Ultra. Treat yourself to some cake. Hashtag justice_for_ED7.
Justice for _ED7. As HHH. HHHH. BBBBB. Happy birthday, Fastbro. This is Sem, right?
It's good. You can
And then we do
in
that.
summer.
And then we're good.
In winter,
Let's do it.
It can get very depressing.
The stars, I mean, you have to be able to trust them to some extent, otherwise you'll never be able to get any proper scouting done, but I totally see your point. Like, they are very... I mean, just think of how badly the stars rated Ghislaine Yao. 3 stars he was rated. Now he's a 5-star potential player that I believe could genuinely be like the best Ivorian player in this entire save, potentially. He's so good already. That's the thing. It's scary. Jem, thank you for the follow. Right, let's get Benfica. Slap them about a bit. Have a great day. Hopefully. Jamie Dodger, thank you for the follow. Yunus Musa's managing Benfica now. That's kind of sick. I swear they had a guy on the bench called Spaniel as well, which is even better. Okay. Debrecen beating Celtic. Come on. Haladash playing Young Boys. Good. And Kujvada away at Galatasaray. That's huge for them. If Kujvada take a win against Galatasaray, they're through, I would say. If they take a point, they're right on the bubble of going through. And if they lose, well, we're in trouble. Yeah, he's not really the Drogba type of player. He's a bit more of a faster option. Oh my goodness, what a hit. And Debrecen already won up, which is good. But, I mean, Debrecen, they kind of had it. But any wins they get are still good. I can't say I have, Martin. No, that sounds like you're on a... Oh, that sounds like you must have been on a journeyman or save or something. Because as far as I know, that can't happen in a normal save. Thank God. Speaking over it, I can't name another one, actually, as it goes. We'll be able to keep an eye on the Haladash score just by where they sit in this. This could be a very fruitful day for us if the right results go our way. Not that it hasn't already been a fruitful day. The fact that we've got 9.5 points in the coefficient with 3 Champions League group stage games still to come. Oh, Sem's trying it. Considering we're doing this without 2-0 to Debrecen. Okay, they've finally woken up. It's too late, but if they could at least get, you know, one win, that would be something. We kind of need them to do the Ferencvaros job from last season, where they just get a few little points just to sort of add to the pile. Although we've got to do something ourselves here. Oh, great work from Teixeira. I think it looked like they've actually turned up a little bit here. Okay, good point. Oh, I should have started Romero, not Sogos. That could cost us. We're being sloppy in possession, and that's always concerning. Too small or weak. Yeah, that'll happen. I like it when they rate like... Oh, Van Dam's in. Come on, Sem. Round the keeper. Oh, I think we're going to miss Blaz here. Stack Kishvada. The Kishvada game, I think, is the most important game that we have today, because if they win that, it's all good. they won't fall out from that spot after that. Oh, Mihail! No way he saves that. Luditer, thank you very much for the follow. Fuck, I can't believe he's actually saved that. I hope this isn't going to be one of these goalkeepers going to have the game of his life type of games. Because that was some save. It's 1-0. Oh, God. Red card for Kishvarda. Don't let this happen. Do not screw this up, friends. Deutschwell? I'm sorry if I've said that wrong, but thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. Come on. Oh, there's still 0-0 here as well is worrying. This feels like a type of game where they're just going to get a random chance and score it, and here it comes. Oh my God. At least Gacic is equal to it. Mihal's had a dreadful game so far. So has Van Dam. Haladash are winning again. 14 points now. And Galatasaray beating Kishvarda. That could be catastrophic for our season if they lose there. Oh no. Particularly as this game feels like a draw. Yeah, we can go Mackies later, Pog. Absolutely. Right. Oh my God, Mihal's on a 6.1. I might actually bring him off at half time here, but the question is, actually I know exactly who to come on. Yeah, the injury to Gvardiol and the red card, there's no way they're getting anything from that game, and it's such a shame. Particularly after they beat Inter last time out. We're getting a big Manovic on straight away. I reckon they're not losing like 3-1 there. Nugget boys waiting. Exactly. Yeah, we're playing well. We're just not taking our chances, and their keeper is having an insane performance, which is not what we need if we're going to try and go 8 for 8 again, but... Oh, Lord. Never mind, we're definitely not going to... You could sort of tell from the way the first half was going that we weren't going to go 8 for 8 here, and that's just the icing on the cake. The fact that he's been able to do that is just bizarre. Like, he's just run past them all. I've no... Anybody at all? Ah, dear. So decided to go to McDonald's. Well, then I suggest that maybe other people should be allowed to take joy in things, my friend. That seems like strange that you'd care about that. Sorry, it's not a 5-star restaurant. It's just sometimes it's just nice to take joy in things, right? Okay, let's go. Belgian national. I don't think I can actually think of the Belgian national anthem off the top of my head. The French one I can immediately think of, just because it's an absolute slapper. It actually goes hard. All the talk of murdering and whatnot in it. Right. Hang on. Oh, Hader is in their team. I think he used to play for us as well. Ollie! Thank you for the 23 months. To buy cars insurance.
Do the cars in the movie Cars have to buy car insurance or life insurance?
Good point. I had not considered that. And now I'm going to be considered... Oh, hello. Why has he passed the ball there? That's why... I've had an existential crisis thanks to that sub-comment, but now I'm back. It's 1-0. Dan, thank you for the follow. Oh my God. Okay, we're level. I don't know why he's passed. Like, man is quite literally through on goal. But he's like, no, let me just... He just doesn't rate himself. To be fair, the way he's performing in this game, I can sort of see why he might. I love a bit of junk food. I think it's just okay to enjoy things, right? I don't know. Right. I'm not a fancy person, as you can probably tell. Pog and I are not those type of people. Yeah, Sogos has had another shitter. And we'll switch that up as well. Part of me's tempted to get... No, I haven't really got any options there, have we? It would... Yeah, presumably it would have to be life insurance at that point, right? Called a shipment when you transfer... It's called cargo. Oh, no, don't. Now my brain's going to hurt. I only have so much time in my head for thoughts, and now that's going to be 2 of them. Does Herbie get... What about Transformers? What are they going with? Is it car insurance or like what? Or truck insurance, I guess. They never discuss this in the Transformers movie, and I feel like... I feel like... I mean, fancy food's fine and all, but I feel like usually the price difference is not worth the increase in what you're actually getting in terms of flavour a lot of the time, right? Big Manovic pops it back. Oh, easy opening for... Yes, there we go. Marcelo Nunez with the bigger. Why do they have teeth? Why not? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, thank you, Pay. That scared the shit out of me for a second. They're just taking up the entire screen. Wow, thank you so much, Pay. It's weird that there's no notification for that, but I suppose it just shows up in chat, doesn't it? That's really, really nice of you, my friend. I really do appreciate that. I don't know how long that's going to stay on the screen. How long do they stay on the screen for? Or is it just like random? Okay, we are at least in front now. But Arsocks underwear. Oh, no. It's like when we were discussing the whole what makes a boat thing. I go, oh, you've got to be joking me. Oh, yeah, I can see the little line coming across it now. It's just one of those days, isn't it? We are getting absolutely screwed by this, but what can we do? Particularly as it's looking like it might actually cost us top spot. Because Liverpool are going 100%. I mean, usually teams don't go 100%. So maybe if we can just win our last couple of games by a large margin, we could win them on goal difference or something. But we've been decent. Oh, look at the space. Teixeira, please just have to find the right pass. Kevin Griffiths puts it home. That's more like it. Benfica 2, MTK 3, K Griff with the goal. A really important one. And Zenlos, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Dark Heist. That's so kind of you, man. I really do appreciate that. It's a lovely finish from Kevin as well. Like, that was not an easy one for him to pull off, given the deflection. Like, it's on the volley, and it's the outside of his right foot. Oh, he's found the angle, though. 3-2, deserved lead, and we go back above Liverpool, I think. Back into top spot again. And I think if we win this, that's the last sort of even slightly tough game. Although we're still going to concede off this play as well, aren't we? A save has happened! Non, thank you for the follow. That, yeah, for the most boring man in the world, that was not that boring. Oh, God. It's just, it's not over. Oh, this does feel like 3-3, no matter what we do. He just has that written all over it right now. It's also taking a long time. I thought this would be a quick game to finish things off so we can go watch the F1, but apparently not. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me, FM. Not like this. Hopefully this will be us playing through the lines. Finding a nice little fourth goal to kill this game off. Oh, no, stop it. Stop being silly. Good save, Gacic. No, F1 doesn't start till 2. But I still have to, like, pack down stream and stuff. Pack down, like I'm doing a gig. 3-1 in the end there. That's costly. That result could be really catastrophic for us. Because that was a winnable game if they didn't get that red card. Right, good win. We take that. Yeah, maybe a bit of reliability issues. You never know. Compare word book, my favourite. Okay. Halash presumably won again. 5-0. Just a classic 5-0. They are very... I think they might get top 8 this time. They've got a better goal difference than everyone except us. But Kishvarda are now right on the bubble again. That being said, also PSG are 26. We talk about that. They're still 2 points clear with 2 games to go, but their last 2 games are very tough, and I don't see them getting through. Right, we've still got Thursday. And then we'll know. Abbreviated such a long way. I know, it should be called getting abbed, right? Although that just sounds like you're being attacked quite severely. Right. Honved... Oh, that's a tough one, but still, I rate them. Ferencváros away at Wolfsburg. I reckon 1 point from those 2 games. And then Zimot away at Roma. I reckon 1 point from those 3 matches. Anything more than that, I'll be happy with, because that's really tough. This is not going to be a good day for Hungarian football. I think we'll still end up with over 10. Honved with the win. Ferencváros with the loss. Zimot with the loss. So that pretty much ends any chance Zimot had of winning the Conference League group anyway. Not ends, but I think it's unlikely these teams aren't going to go out and win from there. And Ferencváros drop out of the top 8. Honved, though, goes second in the Europa League. That's still good news. That's the same players as before. Right, okay. Should it be over 10 now? Yeah, 10.7. Holy Christ. 10.7 already. Spain are just deft in the dirt here. Croatia have more points on the year than Spain do. Damn. So obviously there'll be another round of Conference League fixtures, but I don't think they're going to win the group now from where they were. They had to get a draw there to have any real chance of it. Right. But point being, we're still in an absolutely great spot to get another fantastic season. The Kishvarda maybe not going through is a bit of a concern, but it is what it is. So let us find someone to send you lovely people to this afternoon. Do you know what? It's a bit of a different one here. I realise that he isn't streaming FM at the moment, but I haven't had a chance to raid Mr. Diz for ages, and I just really like Mr. Diz, so I'm going to send you lovely people over to Mr. Diz, because it's Mr. Diz. And I'm going to go watch the F1. Polish off the rest of what happens in there as well. So let's try unbeaten, really? Well, damn. So I'll see you lovely people on Tuesday. If you haven't checked out the latest video with the random promotions, I would urge you to, because it's a fun video and I had some fun making it. So if you're interested in that, brand new video up on the YouTube channel as well. Send you lovely people over to Mr. Diz. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I'm going to have some F1 and a McDonald's later. It's good times. I'll see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.